sure to slide before we go any further properly here. Yes. According to my desktop version of YouTube Studio on my phone here, it does say August 5th, 2025. Okay, cool. Hello. It's a Sinister Game Being here with a new stream. In this stream, I'm going to be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever, like per usual, like I kind of say nowadays. Be on Tuesday, whatever again, Saturday all, and Craft Out Online. Yeah, sorry for the shoddy intro, but yeah, Hernian Frozen shit being a bitch again, like always anymore. But yes. Going to title the stream though, I put event week streams, so there's not really much in terms of like new content. There's kind of something interesting that they mention here at the bottom of the newswire. I guess I can talk about here on the main menu perhaps, or somewhere if not there, basically. That's probably the most interesting thing arguably going on in the game for the event. But yeah, it only applies to like very particular people as well, as I will go into as well. Yeah, anyways, going to title though, again, I did event week streams, there's not really much of anything in terms of like new content. There's not, yes, anything in terms of new content indeed. Like I was basically saying. Because yeah, I did event week streams, so like week editions, like I did last event that introduced a certain game mode, of course. That did, yes, introduce a certain game mode for like the last event, obviously though. But yeah, this one's a boring event in comparison, technically speaking. Because yeah, nothing new really going on. Besides for that one thing I've basically alluded to. But yeah, on the title I did 2 times, money and RP under safeguard deliveries. So that goes on to this already here, 2 times rewards, odd jobs, double rewards on safeguard, as they just call it there, apparently, interestingly. Another new one they introduced as well, Quickie Farm is also 2 times money RP. Yes. The 2 newest ones, yes, seem to be safeguard deliveries, really, and then also Quickie Farm, of course, from this latest Money Fronts DLC. Those are both on a 2 times money RP. Yeah, safeguard deliveries. If you do just one of the like Bobcat one, for the new Bobcat like Stockade, whatever they released during this update, you actually do get the trade price if you do just one of those. And also, if you do 5 of those, you also do get the Bobcat security outfit, which is a outfit pretty much from the prologue of the story mode, basically. Since the Bobcat security is pretty in depth with the with the prologue, North Yankton, and the story mode, of course. There's also the group sex one as well, with like the green stockade that actually was in Los Santos from day one of the game, of course, unlike the other one that just got introduced in the Money Fronts DLC, of course, for the vehicle. In terms of the non-snowy version. Yeah, that one at 5 deliveries, I believe that one you get the group sex outfit, the same one that's in the casino heist. So there's incentives for doing those, technically speaking, if you have not yet done those. Quickie Farm was introduced on day 1 of the update, where Safeguard Deliveries was introduced in like the drip feed with like most of the vehicles getting released basically. basically. Yeah, Quickie Farm's kind of like a Taxi Work 2.0, 2.0 basically. More than the Pizza Dis arguably is, obviously, since it also uses like a full-on vehicle, whereas the Pizza Dis is obviously on the motor scooter, whatever. So it's kind of like a quicker paced Taxi Work that's not as infinite, it's more of a like finite thing that's limited or something in terms of like one particular time of it. I don't necessarily know on top of my head how much Quickie Farm pays out, but I'll go over the awards at least to give an idea of how it plays out. I've actually not played Quickie Farm yet, so I don't have too much to say there per se, I'll be honest. I think you can also get a trade price in the Sentinel GTS, I think, as well, or whatever the vehicle you use for a Quickie Farm if you do it, or something in a certain way, I believe, as well, if I remember right. So that's at least something to shoot for, aside for some of the awards. Which, fun fact, actually, by the way, the awards for Quickie Farm actually do not count for money fronts, I'm pretty sure. Since it's a separate business kind of thing for Quickie Farm, not tied directly to the money fronts DLC businesses. So if you've done awards for those, then that's why they don't count for the tier 4 of the like money fronts DLCs. I think it has to be the ones for the other free businesses, like the ones you actually own, the hands-on car wash, the Higgins Salvatores, and the smoke on the water. Yeah, Quickie Farm, if you don't have much stuff in the game, like if you're a newer player, it's pretty fine, I'm pretty sure, though. Especially, though. I assume we're probably better than Pizza Dis and Taxi Work on average, since they introduced them later on in the slightest, at least. Albeit, I don't think you can use a custom vehicle in Quickie Farm. I could be wrong, so I don't know. Actually, it could actually be worse than the Pizza Dis and the Taxi Work, since those you can at least use custom vehicles on, for sure, 100%. I don't even think you're allowed to use your custom Sentinel GTS for that, though. It actually might be worse than the ones they introduced before Money Fronts, ironically. And yeah, Pizza Dis Deliveries. The nice thing about that one compared to the other ones, at least every single one aside for Safeguard Delivery, since there's 2 versions of that, like I've kind of said. You have 3 separate pizza places, basically, so you have 3 different locations you can do it for without having to deal with, like, a cooldown. And yeah, I think with the cooldown, like, when they initially released it or something, it was, like, long enough where even if you did all 3 locations, I think you did have to wait after the fact, but there was one event, I think, where they reduced the cooldowns, and apparently they left it like that, and they never, like, put the cooldown, like, back to what it was before that event. From what I've heard, at least, if I remember right, on like Twitter, like X, via X Twitter, XX, I say, since that's a more modern name, of course. And I have no problem with the name, and like other weirdos out there that care for some reason. But yeah, fucking. But yeah, I think eventually with that one event where they reduced the cooldown, they didn't actually revert it for whatever reason, and they made it like a permanent. And basically, they made it like a permanent, like, quality of life improvement, essentially. Not necessarily on purpose. I don't know if they, like, even remembered to change it, of course. They You might just forgot to ever do that, and it might not even be an intentional change, but yeah, eventually the cooldown might have got reduced like permanently, intentional or not, basically for the pizza disc. So you can basically go back and forth between the 3 different locations. I'm sure you'll be able to just kind of do it back to back to back if you absolutely want to, like even after the locations get done a single time each. So that one might be the most replayable one if having to worry about cooldowns or not. It doesn't say taxi work on there, but I believe taxi work is also on there. And nice thing about taxi work is there is a variety of vehicles you can actually use on that one. Like you can use a taxi custom, like the arena taxi that you get, like I believe rank 50 for the arena. I believe gets you to like red taxi, which is kind of a reference to Grand Theft Auto 3 Liberty City stories. How those like when you do the taxi odd jobs in those games, you get like a red taxi. Grand Theft Auto Online does the same thing, but tied to the arena, which is pretty cool for the rank 50 like vehicle unlock. And it does have like a turbo upgrade and stuff, which I think for the longest time that was the best option to use. But as far as I understand, if you have the new Innis Hardy for this update, that's in the sedan class as well, like the traditional taxi custom is. That actually ends up being the better option now, I believe, since it is pretty insane on the top speed, I believe. But apparently the Innis Hardy is super insane on top speed, so I believe if you have the Innis Hardy with the taxi livery, that is the best option, I believe, now for this update in taxi work. For the taxi work, basically. Basically. And apparently at the bottom it says select to visit the Group 6 HQ and start a safeguard delivery. I'm not sure what they're choosing Group 6 for all of them, but again, I think the Bobcat one's the better one since you obviously have that new vehicle with the latest update released. I don't know why I would take you that one instead of the Bobcat one, which arguably is the more interesting one, but okay. Apparently it does that according to the bottom of the thing there. If you select that one. Apparently for 30% off there's a business discount here. For business discounts, actually, like multiples of them. Okay, it's listed a bunch right now. I might kind of go over them right now if I feel like I can at least. If not, then I'll go over them in game more. I might still go over them more in game and just go over what I know on top of my head at least, though. We have 30% off the Darnell Bros Garment Factory. This was the main property of the last update. This is the one that gives you access to the... what's it called again? The FIB files, basically. Every single event week, there's also one that's like 2 times money. You can also only do 1 time called the FIB, like priority file or whatever. So it's always got some kind of money opportunity going on for every single event week, which is pretty cool as well. If you care to do everything that goes on for the event. So it does make it an interesting property, I feel, for that. There's not really any like modification or like renovations you can do for the property though. there's not yes any renovations you can really do for the property though. It's no colorway or anything, even not like even you can't even do a color like you can for the ones in the latest update. So really it's just one fee, which is kind of nice. If you don't care for like upgrade, like renovation kind of stuff, which can add a lot more money and possibly add more useful features. So it's kind of a one and done thing, which is kind of nice for the payment of it at least. And that's 30% off, obviously, for the event, which is pretty cool. But having like a weekly thing that's like 2 times that you can do 1 time for each event is kind of nice as well, yeah, like I was saying. So if you like doing all the different stuff for the event week each week, if you're like a completionist for like each event week, it's a very good property to own for that. Plus you get pretty quick $200,000 like for like 30 minutes of your time, I would say, at like most if you're running efficiently, which is pretty good. You can even maybe reduce it down to 25 minutes on average even. So effectively like you can make like a couple few $100,000 an hour with the thing, which is not terrible. albeit apparently mansions, albeit, albeit yes, apparently mansions are coming in the next update, like confirmed basically. Which there's been videos about and everything about like some like real estate thing or whatever. Plus, I also kind of went over it on my leak video for those wondering as well. So I don't normally mention stuff like that, but because those can be like that's pretty much an end game property if GTA 6 truly does come out like May 26th. Obviously, a winter update would be the final one. Yeah, definitely save up for that. That's why I mentioned that. And this could maybe be a good way of doing that if you want to do something like quick and easy. Special cargo warehouses are apparently also 30% off. You can own up to 5 of those. That's a massive discount since you can actually get up to 5 large warehouses. That is huge. You can get like 111 crates per warehouse up to 555. On a double money event, if you time it well, that's very insane money you'll be making right there. Essentially. Essentially. So if you have the patience to grind 5 warehouses, then it's very insane money on a 2 times money event. Now, of course, realistically, you can always, of course, build up your warehouses like ahead of a 2 times event. That's the thing that people would obviously do to make insane money. Doing that alone for like one huge event probably could get you that mansion alone, I'm sure. I don't necessarily see it costing like, you could probably make like something like 40-ish million if you do something like that. Absolutely insane. And the warehouses, I think, are only like a couple $1,000,000 or something. Not crazy. It was the first business of the game, so like they kind of had to make it like kind of budgeted in a way. I feel since before that you had like the 4-player heist, and that was kind of it for huge money makers. I feel. And yeah, like obviously those heist views, that criminal mastermind is it's like 10 million, which is insane, of course. But yeah, okay. And, you could surely do that, of course, to get an easy 10 million, which could probably set you for the next property easily for the final update, possibly, of the game. If it is going to be like a yacht kind of like price property or something, like a 10 million property or something at least, for that mansion, whatever. Yeah, sell missions are also pretty solo friendly, I'd say, for the most part on that business too, actually. So it is actually surprisingly solo friendly, I feel, even like when released back in 2016. Given obviously you have to be a CO to run it, so you have the ability to always spawn like a buzzard or something. Be able to spawn the buzzard next to your feet, obviously back then was huge. And still, you get better spawn convenience off the buzzard than the sparrow in some cases, since sparrow you have to go a couple spots down on your interaction menu basically. So yeah, the buzzard's just naturally quicker to spawn because of that, which is nice. And then Acid Lab apparently. Yeah, Acid Lab vehicle slash property on that one, basically. Latest one they've done like that in the game, I'm pretty sure. Added in the Los Santos like Drug Wars DLC or whatever it was, like the Winter 2022 update, I'm pretty sure it was. Now, even though it's 30% off, you can actually get the vehicle entirely for free as long as you put the first dose missions, which I think there's 6 of those missions. But if you do the whole strain of first dose missions, those will basically get you a free acid lab instead of having to do the 30% off on that, which is quite cool. It does give you a whole new business as well for the acid lab. In terms of like proper business, it might always be the latest one as well. I think it tends to give you like 500-ish K up to maybe on like a regular event. On a double money event, it might be able to get you like a cool $1,000,000 or something. And yeah. unlike older businesses, I think where you have to like go to the property and buy the supplies, right? I kind of forget. Hold on, trying to think. Nowadays, you might be able to use Master Control Terminal to like buy supplies, but Asset Lab is actually even more convenient than that, since you can just buy the supplies for your phone, for your like MUT basically. So it is a very convenient property, like business, to be able to buy the supplies for, which is nice. And yeah, there's a certain way you get an equipment upgrade, I think, where you have to do like 5 of full in like jobs or whatever, and then that gets you that equipment upgrade, of course, boosts production of the Acid Lab or whatever. Definitely do that if you're trying to maximize as well, if you don't yet have one. And yeah, Acid Lab is a very armored vehicle. Takes tons, fuck tons of explosives, which is nice. Not the only vehicle to do that for like property slash business ones, of course not. I think all of them are pretty armored for those kinds of vehicles. Since they're massive targets and stuff after all. Mm-mm. It also has, you can use any of the arena mines, I think, as well. You're not limited to silk mines like you are on like Amani Tech vehicles, for example. So you could even do like kinetic mines, EMP mines on your Acid Lab, which is pretty cool, definitely. So like you could literally completely stop a vehicle with like an EMP mine with your Acid Lab, but for some reason you're getting pursued in one, which is cool. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. I do believe it has bullet resistant. I, yeah, I do believe it has bullet resistant glass to it as well. I believe. But yeah, you can't throw sticky bombs out of the vehicle. I believe since there's like some kind of armor to the windows. I believe. I believe, yeah, there is some kind of armor to the windows, so you said you can't throw sticky bombs out of it. So if you need to throw sticky bombs out of like a armored vehicle or something, you definitely need to look into like another option. But yeah, Asylum does a lot of stuff for a vehicle slash property, definitely. But don't buy that one, just get it from the missions for the first those missions, I suggest. And the money you get for the first those missions, also can then go to upgrading the Asylum instead, which is nice. That you'll be able to get for free in that method. So it's kind of just a discount for those that don't want to bother with the missions for like the hours. So it might take on average to get to through the first 6 on average at least maybe. But for only an hour of your time or whatever, I don't think it's that bad. If you're at least pretty decent at the game, at least it would probably just be an hour for that. It's definitely a very beginner friendly business property, like vehicle thing, of course. Again, since you just get it for free if you do the missions. So obviously it's meant for beginners. For that reason, arguably done. But yeah, all those are amazing discounts. All those business ones are amazing discounts right there. Or again, especially the first two. Asset Lab's kind of a useless discount though if you just do the missions. Again, definitely prefer to do the missions. Why would you not get a free business vehicle property over buying it for like almost $1 million or something like that? I think it's like 750K normally, so 50% off I think even makes it less. But like no matter what cost it is, Acid Lab's obviously a ripoff if you buy it over getting a free one for the missions. Is what I'm basically saying. And then yeah, members only plus 4 times money RP for the new game mode that was released in the previous event. But they did mention, I believe, last event it goes on for 2 weeks, not just the one initial week. I believe it would also be 2 times as well if you're not plus. So members only is half true. You can actually get 2 times on it if you are not plus. I think for this event as well. Unless the money is only for plus this week, but I don't really think that's the case. But I'll verify when I get in the game, of course, or something. But obviously, I don't need to spend much time on that one since it kind of continues from the previous event. It was pretty fun, not gonna lie, when I first played it. I do like the mode. I definitely do like the mode. Again, as a reminder, it's a current free vehicle since it wants to shove it in my face right when I first get on there each time, after all. After all. As I initially mentioned when it first was put on the Plus subscription, whatever, when it was first put there, as I mentioned, it is a very good vehicle to get. Whether it's free for Plus or otherwise, of course. Yeah, they're advertising shark cards to me for some reason. Whatever. There is apparently, yeah, odd jumping, right. But yeah, if it wasn't obvious, I didn't necessarily mention yet, but it only goes for the one typical week, of course, for the event until August 6th. So it is only a 1 week event, obviously, not surprising. Okay, and yeah, it does mention taxi work here. I don't think it fit on the main menu, but yeah, taxi work is included in the 2 times for odd jobs. And yeah, fun fact, by the way, odd jobs, it's kind of like what some of that stuff is called in like 3D universe. Fun fact, yes. Odd jobs is the name of that kind of stuff for like the 3D universe, which is pretty cool, as far as I understand. So it's kind of a nice throwback to the 3D universe for like, obviously you have the pizza thing, which obviously was in Vice City, for example. Taxi work you have in like tons of 3D universe games, if not like all of them, even pretty much. Quickie Farm's kind of like the updated paramedics, kind of, in a sense. And then yeah, you have the armored truck stuff, which you didn't really have, I feel, in the other games, but still not very much. Could of course count towards those as well, easily. From what I remember, anyways, there wasn't kind of driving those of like product and stuff. Definitely not in like some other game, unless it's like some like oddball one or something like Advanced or Chinatown Wars one. I haven't really played too much, if at all, in the case of Advanced. But yeah, yes. Okay, there is in fact 2 times for this for regular players as well. For that second week, like they confirmed in the last event. I'm not sure why they only chose to advertise it for Plus on the main menu. Probably just to try to get people to buy it for like $8 a month. Like people are going to do that just for the one game mode. But okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, basically, or something. Or no. There is something going on for that. Right. My bad. We have quite a couple things that new content actually are getting like a 2 times right now. The safeguard deliveries, the quickie farm, and also, yeah, the passive income, like the safe money, apparently is also 2 times right now as well. Now, obviously, that's only money, not RP there, though. I'm pretty sure. Obviously, it's just collect money in a safe after all. But yeah. So that's why something like that was listed. Yeah, that's why. I thought it was this thing again for some reason, being listed before. Being listed before the now available. Yeah, I thought that was weird at first, but right, that's because of the double safe take. That's why that's there. It's kind of sandwiched between 2 instances of that image. Because of that, that confused me. Because of that. But yeah, after that, it's basically just the usual day one things for the update for Money Fronts DLC. They'll probably be there, of course, till probably the last update. Assuming that 6 doesn't get delayed, of course, again or anything. Or whatever. So quite a couple of new content things actually going on. Like, even if you count the last event being introduced for 2 times money, of course. That's ongoing as well. So in terms of new content, like getting it 2 times, at least pretty good there, at least. But obviously there's no actual new content for this event, pretty much. So yeah, that's the bad part about the event. But yes, go into story mode now, of course. Alright, reloading my YouTube studio a couple times, just in case, make sure the little mini thumbnail viewers kind of showing things and stuff, make sure the stream's going fine, of course. But yeah, it is. Yeah, I hate that kind of glitch that happens where the fiend does that, but whatever. Invite only session. And yeah, I'm at the hands-on car wash right now, so I can do the Higgins Helitours, basically, for a helicopter spawn.
You good?
Rockstar Games has given you some clothes, huh? Is that the thing that they were mentioning or something at the bottom of the newswire? I'm not sure about that. To me, it kind of sounded like it would happen later and not this event. Which actually, I didn't use it. I didn't say anything about it in the main menus. So I guess I can bring that up now. So people that don't want to watch the whole stream can be aware of the most interesting thing arguably going on for the event. Now, at the bottom of the news where it says "and more" ellipsis, so that's what I'm talking about in that section. If you go to the bottom of the event newswire, basically, before it goes to like the plus, like overview and like related stories, all that kind of stuff. Alright, but yeah, and more ellipsis. Featured community series creators can look forward to an ultra rare gift being added to their wardrobe as a reward for their efforts very soon. Learn more about major changes coming to the community series for all creators and players in the weeks ahead. So some ultra rare clothing item if you're featured as part of the community series or something, I guess. So I guess you get rewarded with some interesting clothing item there. So if you're a clothing person, you create stuff and you actually got featured on that, and you get some ultra rare clothing thing, which is pretty cool, I guess. Not sure what it is or anything since they kind of randomly kind of mentioned that there, but. And I don't know what kind of thing from like the game files or anything, if it was anything from the latest update or if it's something from like so many updates ago or something. Like I wouldn't know. There's probably a lot of clothing from like past updates that they've never even released or something, so who really knows, quite frankly. Like I'm not sure if I remember anything from my leak video that would make sense for that, but yeah.
If I start shaking,
some kind of ultra rare clothing item, it seems, which I'm not sure if that was that. I'm pretty sure none of my stuff featured. I never even tried to get nominated for a community series, so, like, unless somebody else somehow did that for something that I created, then, like, I don't think I should have got that, of course, if that was that. It says very soon, which could suggest that they were working on giving it for this event and not like the next one. They say soon, very soon. Sometimes when they say soon, I feel it's like months and months or something. I feel the language they use for like soon, very soon is kind of like, what the hell do y'all actually like mean some of the times, though? At least for regular soon, they don't usually use very soon per se, I feel. So like very soon could suggest that could have been that somehow.
You look good today,
But
you know?
again, I
You
didn't
look
feature in the
fresh.
community series, so like I don't know. So like what the fuck? What the fuck? Because again, I haven't even tried to get nominated for it or nothing. No, 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 no. Yeah, to learn more about major changes coming to the community series, the choices for on. But yeah, learn more about major changes coming to the community series for all creators, players in the weeks ahead. Like, is that going to be eligibility related? Like, are they going to make more strict requirements or something for it? Or, like already,
You
they
know, I
only
started as
feature
an
the
intern for
7
Mr.
jobs
Favor.
of the
Yeah,
current community
fresh out of
series. They don't
Vespucci
even feature any
University. Background
past
nothing
ones
but sports
anymore.
betting,
So,
problem
like,
betting,
I'm not sure
trading.
what else they would
Happy
really do
days.
there, really. I don't know. I think when Tez 2 or something like on like Twitter or XX, like some like person looks in like the files of the game or something, data miner or something. I'm not 100%, but yeah. When the community series was like first coming out, there might have been mentions of like unique animations or something that could maybe be featured on like certain community series jobs or something. I don't know if like some of that ever happened on any of the ones already out or not, or if that's still like stuff in the coding that's just never been touched or anything for it. I don't know. Yeah, that's maybe the only thing I can think about there. Maybe that I kind of remember from like when community series first introduced and stuff was found in like the coding like game files, whatever for it, basically, and
Did
basically.
I ever tell you I once made 100 Celsius junior analysts in finance? Not that I, care about those things.
Yeah, police bike. Okay, yeah, that's still going on, obviously, for the clothing, limited clothing you can get for purchasing a police bike. Still no end date announced for it, like ever, so I don't know if it goes for like the whole Money Fronts DLC, and it will expire once a supposed winter update will be coming out, of course, which I most definitely think will exist, obviously, for obvious reasons, but yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, no weeks ahead, though. So what does that mean? Next event will not feature community series stuff, and it will be like at least the one after, or like what?
You,
Because there was like the
ever tried the
Independence
car
Day
shampoo in the
event. I
shower?
think it's kind of
Yeah,
due for
for me,
community series stuff.
my
So maybe it
hair,
won't
the
be the
shine,
next batch. Maybe it'll be
all
like the
natural.
batch after. Maybe if where they do something like where yeah they do something
Later,
like that.
boss.
Possibly, possibly. All right, found the club, the club garage. Apparently. Yeah, Woodlander I used for the HSW Town Trial, obviously, so that's when it's out there, of course. Of course, is my DualSense wireless controller. Battery runs low, apparently. Yes, DualSense wireless controller. Battery ran low, apparently. They're going to get a helicopter, of course, from the Higgins helicopters, of course. I'm trying to remember what the amount I have, at least, for the, like, hands-on car wash saving, which I don't remember. I kind of meant to mention that earlier, I think, but I think I get, like, 30-ish K, which might be, like, the average highest, to, like, 40-ish K, so, like, 2 times then that would be, like, 60, like, 70, like, maybe up to, like, 80-ish K somehow. By the way, on the, like, average safe take, you could probably have on the, like, average. Just keep in mind it will produce some heat when that happens, though, as well, when your safe does produce, so you have to keep an eye on that, of course, to keep the safe take going. That's why I might have, like, red icons right now. I've been, like, bothered with, like, that for a while. I also did mean to mention something else with that, actually. The way you can get rid of heat really easy is if you have smoke on the water. You have to deliver at least one thing of product in, like, the van for the legal work. For the legal work of this mission, yes. The van, you have to deliver at least one product. You don't necessarily have to get it right, as far as I understand. You just deliver, like, one thing. Once you do that, you can blow up the van. I don't think they patched it or anything. I don't think they patched it, at least from what I've heard. But if you do that, I think it instantly gets rid of your heat, basically, since any illegal work, at least if you do it proper, will get rid of the heat. Apparently the other 2 businesses don't have a way to cheese it like that. I don't think so, since those are actually, like, thought of much better, I think. Or even if they do have something like that, smoke on the water might just be the most convenient, easiest one to do, or something. Yeah, just partial completion of a legal work, at least for smoke on the water, at least partial completion does count, like getting rid of all the heat, basically. So doing that, you could probably just get rid of all your heat in, like, something like a couple minutes at most. So you can keep maximizing on your safe take. But I think every time it fills up, it's like a half bar or something. So, like, 10 times of the safe income, and you'll probably have to do legal work, basically. And that assumes you don't do the money laundering or the Mr. Paper work, of course, that also produces heat. If you're just doing the safe income. By the way. Yes. Gonna see which one I'm on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did this Sparrow last time, so I'm actually using DH7 Iron Mule once again. Which I was using for, like, a while. It's kind of the main aircraft from the last update. It's kind of my main aircraft of choice from the last update personally, so kind of will be back to the usual, I guess, for me nowadays, but yes. It is. It's basically the Cargo Bob 2.0, 2.0, which is pretty cool, obviously, on the DH7 Iron Mule, because that's flares, of course, in addition to the hook, better armor, all kinds of stuff, really. It's faster than the Cargo Bob, like, much faster, apparently. Lifts heavier stuff, I believe. Or if they do lift the same, like, weight, then, like, it has better lifting power, basically. So yeah, the H7 Iron Mule, the H7 Iron Mule is definitely not highly recommended. If you have not yet done so, definitely. I do not believe it fits here, sadly, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk him just going around the side here. Alright, let's store sports for another day of Tuesday here, just come around at least. Is boar, pug, and chicken luck. Boar and pug, pretty obvious where you would probably want those. Yeah, boar, you have like Chile out to the state wilderness, those kind of like sandy shore, like Pluto Bay, kind of like deserty areas, of course. Like in the mountainous areas, particularly there. Pug. Find pugs in the city, pretty much, like maybe like the richer parts of the city. And chicken hawk, yeah, I'm not actually that sure on that one, honestly. And it's a bird, and it's probably one of the more like elusive birds, so like that pretty much ruins the whole setup for you, I feel. If you're on a PlayStation 5, it's +36/S, PC, and of course. Yes. Going into the regular time trial for the event, at least for the day of Tuesday here. It's kind of every day though, in a way, as I'll kind of explain now, I believe, my understanding now. But yeah, this one. Sorry, no. Can't tell it's something white or some shit. Yeah, this one I think goes all the way to like the bottom part of this. Just constantly going to like the left, like the west of the map, basically. I believe until that like gas station or something around there. Whatever. Like by Fort Sincudo, whatever. Yeah, I mean it goes to like this, I believe, or something. Yes. Yeah, this one is actually pretty top speed heavy, I would say, compared to most time trials, so you could pretty much get away with a top speed option if you wanted to, I'm sure. But you could probably also use your lap time option pretty effectively, surely, as well, I'm guessing, like you would usually do, like I recommend. But yes. Like per usual for regular time trials, I pretty much recommend the best of the motorcycles class for the most part, and if not that, then the best of the supercars class, and then the sports class after that. Which I'll explain more when I get to the HSW time trial, basically. For why I would recommend pretty much from those three classes at most. And especially the motorcycles class. Yeah, the way the regular time trials work, I believe. Last time these time trials were pretty much changed, I believe it's like a couple years ago, like summer 2023. So there's some mercenaries. Xander's Mercenaries DLC. Time trials went to like being daily instead of weekly, basically. Now, like most of them, the RCP and Ditto Junk Energy actually do change daily, like as you'd expect, but yeah. And when the update first came out, I think it was the same case for the regular time trials, but eventually they probably got tired of changing it with how many there were for the regular ones compared to the RCP and Ditto and Junk Energy having 15. There's much more than 15, I believe, for like regular time trials. Probably got tired of changing it or something, so they probably changed it a little bit, I think. I think. So it's the same time trial each day, but it's not weekly. I believe you get like a daily 50k payout, I believe, is how it probably works. So basically you can do the one time trial, basically get 350k for the whole week if you do it right. Like if you are willing to do it like 7 days a week or something. But yeah, I think it stays the same with the RCP and Ditto and the Junk Energy. Like it will be the same one for each day of the week. But you do get that daily 50k payout, I believe, nowadays, instead of like a 200k or whatever. 100k, whatever it was back then, it's like a weekly thing. For like the whole week. Hopefully that clears up how that probably does work. Again, I don't think it's the same as when it first released Xander's Mercenaries for final changes to those time trials. For the final changes to those time trials, pretty much, but still. Yeah, sorry, I was all over the place during time trials. First being tongue twisty and shit. I think I mentioned pretty much everything I wanted to say. Basically, I mentioned all kinds of advice here. I think should be obvious how to do it now. I would think. And then, at least for this day, Tuesday, it looks to be construction site 2 for the RC Mendito time trial. So if you're very familiar with the first construction site time trial for the RC Mendito time trial, I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy if you're aware of how to do that one, at least. Being kind of a successor to it after all. Now, of course, I know obviously they're different time trials, but yeah, since they're numbered and whatnot, kind of, especially for this one, but yeah. It's realistic to think if you are aware of how to do one of the two construction site time trials, the other one should be pretty easy because of that. Compared to like other types where they can be vastly different for the RSP2 time trial, like other ones, whatever. But yes, yep. Hello. Yes, sorry about that, my controller died. So yeah, because of his hernia and stuff, and like all that, I kind of just, I don't know, I just get bored like after the stream, and I just would kind of leave it like charging the whole day sometimes and stuff. I think that's kind of why it dies so quick, unfortunately. It's gotta get like a new controller at some point, unfortunately, but yeah. Kind of want to wait to see if GTA 6 has like a limited edition controller or something. But like, I don't know if that usually happens for GTA, so who knows? Who knows? But yes. The art's being due in general, though. For general advice, though, it's all about the turns and corners, since that's the name suggests you're going to use the one vehicle to Ars Bandito, and that's why it's called what it is for the time trial set, basically. So obviously, because there's only one vehicle, you don't have vehicle advice, so it's about the turns and corners, really, on this one, and like in general for the Ars Bandito time trials as a whole. I recommend either learning it naturally for like triangle, while an Xbox or a PC to respawn. Like if you mess up for like turns, corners, or just look up some kind of video guide for like a route or like advice or whatever. Not really a route, I guess, because of checkpoints, but yeah, for general advice, I guess you could always use a video guide, obviously a video guide if the turn corner thing I recommend for respawning or whatever doesn't work enough really for you, I guess. No. For the one weekly set of time trials still, there's HSW one. I think it's back to the first one, actually. Now, just because it is back to the first one doesn't mean actually moving on. Now, yes, I mean, just because it's back to the first one doesn't mean I'm actually moving on from the Woodlander yet. Now, yeah, while the last one was the final, the 8 set of 8, it doesn't exactly go off of the 8 weeks for when it hits the final one anymore, as like ever since they changed it one time. Like, I think they pushed the final one early in the snow one year for like a surprise or something for like the Christmas holiday festive times or something. So it kind of messed up like the weeks to like the order of the HSW time trials in a way. So I think I'm still going at least a couple more weeks on the Woodlander for that reason, so people are aware. But yeah, East Vinewood is the first of the 8, so in a sense it's basically the easiest one for that reason, arguably being the first of the 8. Honestly, for that one, GPS route does pretty much good, pretty much as a whole, I feel. I really don't think you have to deviate away from it. It's mostly highway driving, so there's not much to worry about in terms of shortcuts as well. There might be shortcuts at like the beginning, especially if you're like some like soccer field thing or whatever you're thinking. There might be able to do something with that, maybe if you want to be a bit risky. But honestly, just the GPS route, I think it's fine for this one, really. No, for HSW time trial, yes. As like a whole, basically. As you may notice, there's no part-time on this screen, and that's because I'm not in an HSW vehicle right now. There obviously is a part-time, and that's why it's a time trial thing. You always have to have a part-time for us, some kind of time trial, basically. After all. But you have to be in one of like the 27 HSW vehicles in the game, or I guess really 26, because what my Cygnus, you can't use them to HSW time trials no matter what. I think there's a couple where if you have the slick lines, you can't do it either, but I think the ones with slick lines can actually take off the slick lines and you can probably use it then. Yeah, as of current Enterprise DLC onward, you can't use the weaponized Ignis, I'm pretty sure Saturday in particular. You can only use it like from the launch of 9th Gen till before the update came out, I believe, for Enterprise DLC. You can still use that one in races, I'm pretty sure, just not Tundra, so no weaponized Ignis though. Dodo obviously for the HSW version. But yes. Anything else really? Trying to think. But yeah. Clear up, I think there's like 26 vehicles, like at most you can use for it basically, because of the weapon sickness and the restrictions of that one that they eventually came out with on the HSW Tundras at least. Yeah. For the vehicles that goes off of like Class C, Class B, Class A, there's kind of like 3 HSW like subclasses or something within the HSW subclass itself. So subclass, I guess there's like 3 of those within a subclass of HSW, of course. But yeah, Class C, ironically, 2 classes that start with saving coupe, or no, compacts and then coupes. With the one compact being the Brave, so RA, HSW, and then you have the Sentinel XS HSW, and then you also have the Euros X32 HSW. That's the free for Class C. Class B, Class A have like a good bit more. They're like in double digits. I won't mention each particular vehicle for those. I'll just mention like the classes that are within the main classes within those like subclasses, whatever. So for Class B, you have muscle car, SUV. I believe Sports Classics is in that as well, and then with San Andreas Mercenaries DLC onward, they added the off-road class as well, since that was the only class so far with HSW that got added later on, and from like day 1 of 9th Gen, basically. And I believe that got put in Class B, I believe so, at least. No. Class A. That's why I mentioned the certain classes for the regular Tundra, which is Sports Supers motorcycles. Which, yeah, on this you could really do any of them. HSW as a whole, you can pretty much guarantee you're going to be able to do fine on any of the HSW vehicles if you're skilled enough. Whereas obviously Tundra was you can use like hundreds of different vehicles, but only certain ones would be able to do it in part-time, you know? Yes. Yeah, the best vehicle I would say pretty much for HSW Tundras, of course, would be the motorcycle. The HSW Hotshot Drag is the only one motorcycle there is for HSW. and then yeah, that's also why I grouped the sports cars in there too, being the color classes for Class A for the HSW Tundras. Since that's basically proof that those are the best couple classes in the game, basically. And then for the 2 latest HSW options for money fronts, there is the one that was released more on day 1 of the update, which was the HSW Woodlander, of course. I'm planning to use on this one, of course, particularly. That one, I think it was like third place lap time and like second place top speed for SUVs. It's not groundbreaking like number one for either of the metric sport SUV class, sadly, so it's just pretty much average for that class. Really, I would say, and then yeah, HSW Tampa GT is a pretty interesting one. It actually has the worst lap time of all of the 27 HSW vehicles in the game, apparently. Just strictly focused on HSW, obviously, because it's not obviously the worst of the whole game or anything, obviously. Of the hundreds of vehicles in the game, obviously not. And then, yeah, top speed, just strictly focused on HSW, is the third best overall in the Tampa GT, apparently. Only being behind the Banshee GTS and the Stinger TT, both of which are in the sports class, apparently. And that does make it number one top speed for the muscle car class. So Tampa GT is a pretty interesting one. Just be aware it's not good at the turns and corners. It's pretty much mostly for the pure straights. So you might want to be careful with that one if you do end up using that one. But I'm sure I'll be using that one next, basically, obviously. Myself. Not today, of course, like I explained, but eventually. Alright, so that's vehicle advice right there. And yeah, the part time is probably determined off of each individual vehicle. If it's not that, then it's... if it's not that, then... There might be like 3 different part times, and it's based on like Class C, Class B, Class A, or something. So there might be 3 different part times for like the vehicle as a whole, or each one kind of has its own like personalized one or something. Not too sure there, but I imagine it's like one of those 2 things, basically, for the most part, not determines the part times. Alright, but yes. Anything else, really do. Honestly, I think that pretty much does it for the most part for the HSW time trial. Oh, but I think for my personal use, and just go over like when to expect me to use another, like a different HSW vehicle, since it's looped back to the first one, but it's not technically been 8 weeks of me using the Woodlander yet. Okay, it hit 177 weeks as of today, apparently, for Tuesday, apparently, since March 15th, 2022, which was the initial release day of the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC and version. And yes, I had this game since day one for this particular version. Yeah, I need to go on my notepad though. Alright. That's what I was kind of trying to figure out. Wait, okay. Hold on. Maybe I am done with the Woodlander, actually. Hold on. Or no, actually, I think I might be going on to Tampa GT actually next event. Actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, weeks 169 to 176, apparently for the Woodlander. But yeah, today's Tuesday, the event started on Thursday, so technically it was within week 176, so... I know it's a one-time trial difference, so it wouldn't be a big deal if I went on to Team GT today, but... Technically, since it would have... If I did this, like... when I should have for the stream, not like as late as Tuesday, it would have been within week 176. For that reason, I am going to go to Woodlander for this one more stream. But apparently I move on to the Tampa GT, it looks like, for the next one, though. Apparently. So yeah, to confirm, it looks like next event I will be using Tampa GT. It's looking like here. But yes. Yeah, I'll take Junk Energy Town Trial for Tuesday, whatever. Yes. Probably, of course, one of the usual too, like their spin data I go over lately. Alright, yes, it's gonna be Court Center. But yeah, I haven't done these all that much to know, like, exactly everything about, like, the route or anything, but yes. In general, though, really the general advice for Junk Energy Town Trials, though, from me at least, is as long as you don't fall off of it, go where you need to go, maximize on the curves boost, and just go and use the two that were released during Dangerous Mercenaries DLC for bicycles. Can't use the 2013 bicycles, like the BMX, can't use those on so you're locked into one that does have curves boost, so you will always have that as an option. But again, as long as you don't fall off, go where you need to go, maximize the curves boost, you should have like no issue at all beating the Junk Energy Town Trial, I would say. But if for some reason, obviously, you do struggle on it, then obviously I would recommend a video guide from there. If for some reason my advice doesn't suffice enough. Yes, my advice does not suffice enough. Then yeah, video guide, I think from there basically. If the three things I mentioned did not suffice, then yeah, I would just recommend it. I would, yes. After that, those couple things, if those don't work out for you, then yes, I would recommend a video guide from there. Sorry, man. Hernia's being a bitch, of course. Alright, but yeah, I think I'm pretty much on the premium race from here, and that's going to be for the sports class this time around. So the sports class is a pretty beefy one when it comes to HSW, actually having the most HSW, I believe, in the game currently, with 6 of the 27 HSWs being tied to the sports class. With the latest one being literally the previous DLC, I believe, as well. So starting off, if I can remember for release order, it was the Kirin S95, and the Banshee, the traditional Banshee, I believe, actually. We got Kirin S95. Yeah, that one's not really the craziest nowadays. The HSW in general prioritizes for top speed, so I assume it prioritizes more for top speed and lap time. But yeah, honestly, with there being 6 of them, I think it's the greatest one there. Yeah, the traditional bands, Yes, have the traditional Banshee, which I think would be the worst of the six for a lap time, definitely, since it's pretty crazy for top speed, I think. Of course, again, being the kind of focus for HSW. So probably it's the worst of the six for lap time. I would definitely say for the HSW options. But yeah, top speed. Again, it's definitely not going to be above the Banshee TS and the Stinger TT that I kind of mentioned earlier when comparing it to Tampa GT of those two. So at best, I think it would be like third place top speed of the sport ones. Day one options for HSW just aren't going to hold up as well, I would say, compared to the other ones really at this point. And then, trying to remember what the other four are. Yes, two I mentioned kind of already, kind of the Niobe, and then there's one other one. What was that one other one? Hopefully I can remember, basically. Oh, it would have been Sanders Mercenaries. Wait, no. That might be the... Oh, wait, no. That one had two sports cars, I think. Oh, yeah, the La Cruz. Right. Alright, but yeah, let's start with the La Cruz, or whatever, I guess. And, one I didn't mention yet, kind of, like earlier in the stream. Were the two sport ones of that update. Yes. La Cruz, probably one of your couple like electric-y kind of options if you need some kind of like acceleration for like how quick you can get back up to like top speed or something. But because it at the top speed might kind of suffer compared to other ones, so it might be one of the not so great ones for top speed, I'm thinking. Lap time, I think it was best at lap time until the Niobe, so it might be like second best for a lap time, I think. I think HSW sports class. And then Stinger TT. Stinger TT, I think at best would be like third place on the lap time for HSW options, and it's definitely the second best for top speed. I basically already said when comparing to GT. And then the last two, the latest two, I think are the top of their like metric. With the Niobe being the top for a lap time, and Banshee GTS being the best for top speed. So those are the main two you should probably be using, quite frankly. Especially Niobe. Niobe is probably the best one to use in most cases. Most cases, you'll probably want the Niobe, definitely. If it's a pure straight, you can pretty much get away with the Stinger TT. I mean, not Stinger TT, but the Banshee GTS. I mean, again, the Banshee GTS, that's pretty much what you want to use for top speed. Like, I'm sure it's like third or fourth place or something like lap time, but yeah, I was just not gonna hold a candle to the Niobe though, in the most serious situation though. So, that is your 6 options total for the HSW subclass sport car options. Which again is mostly going to be for the Niobe, and then if it's top speed pretty much purely, then the Banshee GTS is pretty much the one to do. Which top speed's a lot more niche in lap time, which is why I didn't OB is pretty much the one best one you pretty much have. Looks like everyone would go for this. And then I'm not the most familiar with the sports class actually though, I think for the premium race, so like, I might have to kind of look like what some of the options will be. I think the Naobi non-HSW is actually still pretty crazy, I think, so that could maybe one of the ones. If you are on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, or PC Legacy, which I'll look into that right now, basically. Wait, whoa, okay. Apparently the spreadsheet got an overview or something. Apparently the stuff is at the bottom instead of on the top, which I actually like. So then that stuff doesn't get in the way as much anymore on the top, which is nice. It's just like a sliding thing at the bottom. I have to press like a little micro button. I have to press like a little micro button to get to the different sections, like vehicles, dates now, but I think I do like it a lot better, definitely. Don't know if that would have been roughly 142 making that change, or if it's just a general change for like Google Sheets, like Google Docs, whatever. But I like it actually for that change. And yeah, that's where I go over vehicle. That is where I go over the vehicle performance, by the way, from roughly 152 racing YouTuber. With a YouTube channel, like spreadsheet, all that kind of stuff. Really. So that's where I kind of get some advice there. To be honest, I kind of just did it off of my own like memory or like what I think for those vehicles, but I'll go over it since I'm not used to sports class. Alright, yeah, the Neobi's the #1 lap time for 9th gen, apparently. Locker is actually under that. I was actually kind of saying that earlier, I think, to be fair. Then it's the Banshee GTS, then there's Stinger TT S95, and then the Banshee. That's the order from top to bottom for a lap time. And yeah, the tiers for those go all the way from like S down to like B. The tiers, yes, for the HSW sports class go all the way down from like S to B, apparently. So the worst HSW would be B tier. So the worst HSW for sports is a B tier, which is not bad. Not bad in general, I would say. Or almost at least. Yeah, I think I was kind of mentioning electric on the La Cruz. That one actually is the worst one for top speed. Apparently, okay. After La Cruz being like the worst one top speed HSW, the second worst actually the Banshee for top speed. Kind of makes sense since HSW as a whole was kind of top speed focused, like I was kind of saying. No. S95's the like 4th place. It's like the 3rd worst on top speed for the S95. The other day one option decides for the Banshee HSW for the regular Banshee, of course, HSW version. Of course. But yeah, Niobe is the 3rd place. So it's like the 3rd best option for the Niobe for top speed. And then yeah, it's the Stinger TT and then the Banshee GTS after that, of course. After that, of course, the Stinger TT is the 2nd best top speed. And the 1st best top speed is the Banshee GTS, like I said before, basically. When comparing to the Tampa GT, of course. Yeah, that's all the 9th gen stuff I gotta say. So again, for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, like Legacy, if you're on a platform without HSW, if you are on a platform, yes, without HSW, then apparently the Italic GTO is apparently the best option for a laptop, followed by the regular Niobe, and then the Paragon S apparently. So you have two A tiers, apparently, and like top of B tier for the legacy platforms, basically. So I should go over all usable options pretty much. I gave like 3 good options for the legacy platforms just in case. Oh, and I'm not done there yet, by the way, But yeah, hold on. Yeah, what is lap time? What is top speed? For those maybe not as familiar with the game or something. Lap time will be most cases, of course, like I kind of said earlier, in terms of corners. So unless it's one of these top speed examples, then it's pretty much best to focus on the lap time over top speed. Over top speed. And then such examples, of course, for top speed are highways, of course. Highways definitely are a huge example on top speed. And then aside from that, it's basically your airport runways and your airstrips, basically. Being, first of all, the more hidden one in Tonga Hills that was introduced in the last update. And then Grand Snore Desert, and then the Grapeseed one to kind of a lesser extent. Or whatever. So yeah, there's not a lot of top speed heavy areas, it's mostly just those when it comes to city courses, and then from what I have heard, it is only on city courses for the premium races, no stunt tracks apparently. And how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going for an actual race course? As you can see on the bottom right rectangle, you can do square, which would be X on Xbox, whatever key on PC. That'll allow you to start up the race, of course. Yes, as you can see on the bottom right rectangle, square, X on Xbox, where key on PC, yes, allows you to start the race, start the job, of course, square, so it says there. And then do now, of course, takes you into it. When you get into it, you do the same button, I believe, square, X on Xbox, where whatever key on PC, yes. And if you do the same button in the actual lobby screen, it actually like gives you the map of the race. First of all, before that, you get the title of the race when you get into the lobby, but then yeah, when you press square X on Xbox for PC. On the lobby screen, it does give you the map screen, so you can actually analyze for maps on top speed, if it's going to have like turns, corners, or if it's going to have straights. Primarily, most likely it's going to be lap time, since lap time is the more useful to you on average for a race situation. And if for some reason you forget to do it there, you can also do it when you choose a vehicle as well, I believe. Probably so you get an idea of like how a vehicle performs when you would choose a vehicle, I'm sure for like why. I'm sure, yes, for like why it would be allowed in that case, of course. And then that basically does it, for the premium race, I'm sure. I think I mentioned everything else I mentioned for that. For that. So, finding going to the casino here. Sorry it took so long, but my brother and like, stuff keeps being a bitch, of course. Alright, 2000, good behavior, okay. Oh, and yeah, I forgot that also. Just go through some text from LGT, basically. I kind of was on there briefly, and then, yeah, I also went back to what I was talking about, or whatever. Alright, but, not interaction menu, not interaction menu, but yes. Alright, cocaine, whatever. Bills, counter for cash, of course. Whatever, I want to. Though at least someone got boosted this update, of course, with the purchase of the hands-on car wash, of course.
Take advantage of our luxury valet, limousine, and helicopter services.
Yes. It very obviously looks to be the Vapid Winky or whatever for the podium vehicle this time around. You can actually get this vehicle for free if you do Cattle Preco Tier 4 if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. So it's kind of a pointless one if you're on those platforms. If you're willing to put like a lot of effort on that one. Which Cattle Preco is still good for money making, it's just not as great as it used to be, of course, but it can still work well if you do it right. So it could actually be worth shooting for on Tier 4, not gonna lie. Depending on like, what you grind, I guess. But on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, it will be one of the only ways to get it for free, of course. Of course, it is more meant for the Legacy platforms this time, it looks like, for the podium vehicle than it is for the newer platforms. Yes, 1,000 ship visitor bonus for $1,480,939 again. $1,480,939. Cool.
See you again soon. Goodbye.
Yes. Going to do my one wheel spin for the week, basically. Clothing, apparently. It's the white diamond cap, apparently. Is that one in the casino store? Or is it one of the, like, basic clothing stores? I would assume it would be in the actual casino store, actually, no. Actually, might be one I still needed, actually, for once. For once, yes, probably one I actually needed. Surely. Is there a hat thing at all here? Is there not? It says like accessories. I didn't see one particularly for hats per se though.
Know what you want?
Okay, for some reason it's listed in accessories for hats here? Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I actually didn't necessarily know you can actually get ones for an actual casino store. It might actually be used for clothing for me then. Just not on average, just not, whatever. Since a lot of them can be from the basic clothing store as well. So while confirmed, I at least confirmed. Confirmed I actually got a new like clothing item for once. So yeah. Up to like something like contractor before, you have like every single clothing item for the most part in the regular clothing store. Because that was kind of where I left off when I was doing some Cowprico heist grind before they nerfed the heist or whatever. This clothing is like the last thing I was focused on that I cared to buy, of course, besides for vehicles, like weapons or any of that. Basically. Hurt, you know, you gotta stop, bro. Come on. Yes. Again, podium vehicle is the Winky, the Vapid Winky, apparently what a mean vehicle. That's your war stock vehicle there. Sorry, my eyes are getting kind of blurred there. That's kind of why I went up there again. Whatever. But yeah, again, I kind of mentioned this one. Oh, okay. Might have said a few £100,000 in my defense, but yeah, might have been thinking more like 400, like 300k or something. But yeah, pretty cheap. But again, I think even at 525,000, it's better just straight up get the vehicle free for the first dose missions. I think I mentioned the vehicle pretty good already, to be honest, so I might not mention too much more on that, but when I actually get to it, obviously, but yes. Yes, indeed. It does mention it's still Winky, as of course I obviously knew, because of the unique design of it. But yeah, I looked on the newswire just in case, obviously, just in case. But yeah, it is a website vehicle, as most podium vehicles are. I think there's only like one podium vehicle, I think, in the last DLC that actually was a vault vehicle, like the ETR1 or something at the time, I think. That could be back for all I know in this update, I'm not too sure. With the lock-on jammer support, whatever. Yes, for the off-road class though, no. Yeah, the Winky is one of the worst for raceable off-road vehicles easily. It's not actually the worst, apparently, but yeah. It is apparently in the middle of the O tier, according to Rapid 1322's vehicle spreadsheet again, which I use for credits for performance stuff like I did for the premium race, of course. God, God. Fuck though. Sorry, but yes. Yeah, apparently the Winky though, as I might mention for the last time, of course, if I can help it, of course. Credit for every little vehicle performance that over goes to Profit 152, racing YouTuber, with a YouTube channel, spreadsheet, possibly more. I think they have an actual website as well for performance as well, for like a true full-on website. But yes. But according to the spreadsheet, the Winky is in the middle of the O tier for the off-road class, which is the bottom tier for racing, as you'd probably expect, though. And it's 47th place for both lap time and top speed. And yeah, it's beneath like the Dune Loader, but it's above the Zaba, so it's not the worst performing. It's above the Zaba. And it's also better than RC Bandito, which is not raceable anyways for the off-road class, which is arguably actually the worst option. So it's basically the third worst off-road vehicle in the whole entire game. For both metrics of lap time and top speed. Second worst when it comes to racing. Just above the Zaba only. Just the ID, the document forgery, whatever. Yes, this one's obviously just for customization, personal preference reasons, all that kind of stuff. Interestingly, it is a free seater, apparently, according to the Warstock Cash Carrier website, so that's an interesting seat capacity, especially for a vehicle without, like, a weapon on it. For sure. But again, I did want to verify, and I know for sure, but I wanted to show it off basically, but yeah, you can get it for tier 4 if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced. So you have to be on a newer 9th generation platform, like a current version of Grand Theft Auto Online, basically like the most current ones to get it like this. Yes, some heists, and then you go the Cayo Perico heist. And then, yes. Tier 4 is the Rapid Winky. So if we want to do all the different challenges on the screen for these different sections, then if you do like 13 different challenges there, then the vehicle is yours, basically, for free anyways. Albeit, yeah. You have to find 10 daily treasure chests, bro. So you basically have to go out the way to do your finale slower. You have to do all 7 DJ requests, which is kind of annoying since they're mostly like random when you get them for like the phone and whatnot. And yeah, You also need 15 platinum awards, which I have 13 already. So maybe just DJ Request can do it alone, perhaps. Not only that, even with the nerfed Calprico, which as a solo player would be a pain in the ass, you have to get 50 million for primary and secondary targets. Not 50 million, you could just buy the vehicle outright. Literally. Literally. Yeah, what a joke. What a joke. But yeah, see for that, or the podium, which, yeah, at least for this week, podium is best, but at least you have an option, like, permanently if you're on the newer platforms to get it for free, because, like, that vehicle is a complete joke. Definitely. Should have had, like, a weaponized version of it or something like a gun on the back, or something, actually use the seat properly or something. If something like that would even be possible, if there's even a real variant of it like that, or whatever. Gun van, apparently. Not the gun van, so I guess I'll go over contents for that now. I don't know. So I don't have to deal with it later, basically. I might just park it. I might just put it somewhere where I think I'll be able to have it, no problem. Maybe here, of course, hopefully. I think I was smooth as I would have thought, but it fits, definitely.
Hey there.
Some new stuff I think you'll want to see.
Yes. Make sure which ones are on discount, which ones are not, so I know what order I want to go through the gun van contents, basically. So, starting off with what I'll go over first, you have the compact EMP launcher. Compact EMP launcher, kind of another version of the compact grenade launcher they had back in like the Bikers DLC back in like late 2016, yes. Yeah, which is based on the traditional grenade launcher from like day one of the game, but it's like, you know, more like drive-by, like vehicle usage kind of situation or something. But I do have the regular one in my gun locker right now, and that's because, first of all, there's ammo glitches in the game that take away your ammo, and that makes you spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars in ammo and stuff, which is pretty annoying, pretty annoying. So I only vouch for it, and I only do it myself for that reason, just to prevent the ammo glitches from going on in the game. And also, yeah, when you do that, the reason it's in there is every time you go into a separate lobby, as long as you have like one weapon in the gun locker that shares the ammo type as another weapon, as long as one of them is in the gun locker at like max ammo, you basically essentially get your ammo to like duplicate or something each time you're in like another lobby or whatever. So you always start again with like the max ammo count, basically. Essentially. So you can keep going into another lobby each time, or get your compact grenade launcher filled up. Oh, but I'm talking about the EMP launcher. I might not be me talking about that, but still. I just want to explain why the regular grenade launcher that it's all kind of based on is in my gun locker right now. That works for those. It does not, however, work for the compact EMP launcher, which is the one that's in the gun van. The reason I believe it doesn't work for that is because obviously it uses the EMP grenades, which is just. But yes. Yeah, the reason I don't think it works for this one is because it uses EMP grenades, which technically is a different ammo type, technically speaking. So that's why you wouldn't be able to set up an ammo glitch for this one. This one. But yeah. Again, I was kind of mentioning EMP with the Acid Lab, how you can actually do the EMP mine with the Acid Lab. It will actually please stop the vehicle and whatnot. So that's what EMP does, so it's obviously very good. However, though, do know pretty much every vehicle in the game has the weapons not tied directly to the engine, and the EMP stops the engine and whatnot. So what that essentially means is you cannot prevent people from using their vehicle weapons, unfortunately. Unfortunately, yes. Really, hernia? Come on. This is ridiculous. But yes. Are you even gonna let me speak properly? Oh my goodness. Fucking god, he's fucking his body. God. But anyways, I was saying, obviously the EMP, you can't really do the ammo trick with, since the EMP grenades are obviously a separate ammo type from the regular grenades that the other two grenade launchers use in the game. That's why you can't set up for that. And then, yes. For my hernia was before my hernia was really interrupting. Fucking. I was saying, yeah, since the 99% apparently of weaponized vehicles in the game actually do not have the engines tied directly to the weapon. 95-ish, 100% weaponized vehicles in the game. Weaponized vehicles in the game, yes. Do not have the weapons directly tied to the engine. Apparently the only one that works that way is the buzzard. That's the only one that will work with that way. That will actually full on stop the weaponry even working. But literally every other weapon in the whole game when it comes to a vehicle weapon will not stop to that mechanic since it's not tied directly to the engine. So on the downside side, it's not as good as you would think it is. It won't be able to stop vehicle weapons. It will not, yes, be able to stop vehicle weapons. Since they're not tied directly to the engine, that's for just a buster attack chopper for whatever reason. So yeah, you're not as protected as you would think you would be, of course, with the EMP. But yeah, it is worth noting the EMP launcher can now disable the RC vehicles for 5 minutes. Now it only counts for one RC vehicle, whatever one you hit will be disabled for 5 minutes at a time. And that was just added in this update where you can actually stop the like RC vehicles and kick the player out of them with the compact EMP launcher. So that's a positive new change for the EMP launcher that buffed is you can actually like kick people off the RC vehicles with it. I believe that's for every single one, the Bandito, the tank. Maybe not the nano drone since obviously it flies and therefore it wouldn't even really be when it's tested out on anyways, but it still might at least. But even then, it's not even an issue because the nano drone you can at least kill the player apparently. Like that's piloting the nano drone. It's not got the character turned into the drone, they're like out somewhere like about. Oh yeah, and then RC personal vehicles, I think, do get kicked out as well, basically, as the new changes of the update as well. So it is a lot more helpful now when it comes to RC stuff, at least, which is obviously definitely a huge win for, like, utility, making it more of a utility weapon. But the fact it can't stop the vehicle weapons is a big downside unless it's the only one vehicle with the buster attack chopper, basically. So it still deserves at least one more buff, I would say, to get it to where it should be, but still. Despite that, still not terrible at all, though, definitely not. Very good utility weapon. And again, I mentioned you can drive-by with it. I think I mentioned that at some point, or suggested it at least. Yes. You can use it, I believe, on motorcycles and boats. I don't know if there's much use of using it on a boat, quite frankly, but especially on motorcycles, it's pretty huge to be able to, like, use it on a motorcycle, definitely. Well, it's definitely very significant to be able to use it on a motorcycle. Helps you stop, like, moving targets pretty well, I'm sure. Yeah, I think I mentioned a lot of good stuff about it already, so we'll be moving on now. Even if I mentioned everything per se. I think I did, but I might be wrong. No. And then you have the minigun, apparently. After that. We had a minigun, I think I actually have a gun locker right now. But I'll be able to explain it because Widowmaker's basically the same thing. We had a minigun, it's the one that's available from like day one of the game. This minigun, of course, was released like 5 years after with like the laser tracers and stuff. But yes. It's a bullet heavy weapon. It is a bullet heavy weapon. I think it's the only bullet heavy weapon that's not like explosive as well, of course, for the minigun and the Widowmaker, of course, effectively as well. The minigun does have an advantage technically using the traditional bullets. Yeah, using traditional bullets, of course, makes it not as easy to spot at night, so it is better when I use at nighttime. I feel over the minigun, over the Widowmaker with the bright red like laser tracers. But yeah, the reason it's in a gun locker again, same thing. They have the same ammo type, so when going into every single lobby, the ammo actually refills. In this case, mine would be the Widowmaker that does it, since that's the one I actually have out actively. Where the minigun would be causing that, basically. Again, I only advocate it. Again, I only advocate for that stuff, obviously, because of the game taking away ammo randomly. Game will take away ammo randomly, apparently.
Hey. You didn't see me.
But yeah, you can spray and pray a ton of bullets, of course. That's able to be pretty useful. The range of it, like render distance, might not be as good as you would think it is, though. I feel like I never see people use the minigun unless it's like the ballistic equipment for the traditional minigun. So really, I really never see people use the Widowmaker for the most part, I feel. Not saying people don't, of course, but yeah. Or actually, I am talking about the minigun. That's where I never see people use the minigun. Again, unless it's the ballistic equipment, then I see people use the minigun. Or if it's like a game mode or something, like an atmosphere mode.
Take a look.
But it's good in the right circumstances, definitely. It can pretty easily destroy vehicles, of course. It's a literal machine gun, basically. Obviously, it shoots fuck tons of bullets.
Just so you know, that's a limited time offer.
Heavy revolver, apparently. Has the lock-on concept, does have a Mark II version. I really like the Mark II, the heavy revolvers, since on the incendiary rounds, it is a guaranteed set characters on fire. It is, yes, by the way, a guaranteed set, like, enemies on fire, basically. For some reason, this one, like, I think, like, Heavy Sniper as well also does it, where, like, it's guaranteed chance and not just a partial chance that opponents can fire. I don't know if it's the balance, like, just a lower rate of fire, or, like, what? I think it's always, like, the, like, ones of crazy rates of fire that don't have that feature, that don't have that feature, really. Marksman rifle can also have incendiary rounds, so maybe that one might also be able to do that, where it's a guaranteed chance shots that don't have fire, but still. It's a very valuable, like, asset to have, you know, to set a character on fire with bullets, and not to go more out the way, not to go more out the way, or something like a Molotov cocktail would have you do, of course. Yes, has a Mark II weapon, it has a Mark II version, of course, so obviously I recommend going for those. There's different ammo types you can do for the special ammo types, which is huge to have, obviously, so definitely one I would highly recommend scooping up.
Followed you, right?
Yes, it sounds. Oh, and also, by the way, FMJ works pretty good too. By the way, apparently Full Metal Jaguar works pretty good as well on that. But yeah, people tend to use the FMJ version, I think, for like speed kills or something. Like getting like kills super quick, like in certain games, like tougher enemies or something. For like solo play, of course. Like for solo play essentially. So cool. And last but not least is the knife, apparently for the non-discount ones. The knife. Yeah, if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and there are some skins you can have for the knife. Only one for free players, and the other ones are all for GT Plus. the subscription. Free one, you get free survival tier 2, I believe, and that's the flame delivery that I have online, of course. Not that, not that, but career, I was saying. But yeah, survival tier 2. That's how you get the that's how you get the sick finish on that, basically. I mean. And then, yeah, every ever skin is literally a plus subscription thing, where you have to, like, get on the plus for, like, certain months or something to obtain it, basically. Incendiary and the FNJ do work pretty good on the heavy revolver one too, for sure. Oh, but right, I was on the knife again, just tired or something right now. Yeah, knife. Again, deliveries are only for the newer platforms on it, whatever. Otherwise, you can use it underwater. Otherwise, you can at least use it underwater if you're on the PlayStation 4 as well. On PC and PC Legacy, of course. And then quite literally some cheap discount ones, basically.
Cut prices today. Check them out. If I were you, I'd snap
which
that
is
up
the
while
stun
the
gun
deal's
and
on.
the combat shotgun, apparently.
Alright, try me again soon.
But yes, stun gun has a unique finish thing, which we'll kind of go over with one huge use of it. A couple updates ago, you had $5 bounties. That's where you get the stun gun thing over here to that. So it is very clearly going to be useful for the bail bounty like things, whatever. That's definitely going to be an essential weapon for that. So it's a very good utility weapon there. There. Besides for that, actually going back to the survivals, not only was I able to complete 10 waves in survival mode playing solo with a large part of that, in fact the main part maybe even being the stun gun, but also I was able to reach wave 16.9 on this waves. That I actually also managed solo with the stun gun, believe it or not, using a nuclear silo map. Yes. There's some kind of like orange doors or something, I believe, that you can go into, like kind of where the enemies spawn, I believe, for like the Doomsday Heist. You can actually go in those areas, basically, for nuclear solid survival. And you can basically camp in there. It took like 6 to 8 hours, I think, for me to do that, basically. And that was me being like completely patient, by the way, of course, trying to make sure I did not like mess it up, of course, fuck it up or anything, of course. But yeah, obviously, I was also doing that solo for even wave 16. So obviously, the 6-8 hours I think was for like 16 waves, not 10. So obviously less time for stuff like that, but I want to absolutely have to do solo. Generally also proved to be very useful there and whatever. I'm so tired, damn it. Sorry. But yes, yes, yes. Nuclear, nuclear silo, whatever, whatever. Again, amen. So I would say at most 6-8 hour thing if you want all that, all whatever. For those two tier 4 things, whatever. Solo, basically. Solo, basically. Yes, yes, yes. And then, yeah, aside for that, I would use like the surface carbine back at the time when I did it, since there was no L Strickler, of course. Sure, L Strickler would have made it like easier, definitely, and the later shots and stuff. But yes, yes, I was very careful to do it solo, essentially. And I feel like the only main way you'll be able to do it is by using that nuclear silo survival strat, especially if we're doing 16 ways for endless. I think Meth Lab was also one I heard that could work, but every time I tried it, the like air vents would like blow up or something. I think because of like helicopters shooting up there. You might have to like do a good job taking out the helicopters or something like real quick if you got one. But I think the method I mentioned, of course, was better. Of course. Yeah, this season box standard of assault rifle stun gun combo was actually what got me the 2 tier 4 challenges actually already have complete, essentially. And then last but not least was the combat shotgun for the
Good news.
weapons.
I got discounts on today.
Combat shotgun. This one you normally have to find like a compound. Yeah, this one you normally have to find in the compound of like Burrito Heist or like the finale. During the finale in particular, I think as well. So for one, like I mentioned with the 10 treasure chest being on like the tier things, it's kind of just like wasting your time essentially. For a little to no reason whatsoever. I feel for the most part was almost in.
Planning on a little short distance work.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think it's also random event or something if you like the compound as well. So there's even a chance Johnson might not even be able to spawn on your particular like finale as well, if I recall. So I swear on a stream I was trying to find it and like, I was looking at every single location. And then yeah, it was during like a 420 like weed kind of celebration thing, like stream for an event or something. And people got mad. I kept checking stuff, but like they weren't trying to help me. Of course, find gear. Of course. Because people are weird, of course. Yes. Really, it's mostly just a rare weapon that you can only get compounds, so buying it to save the trip to Caprico actually can be pretty nice, but honestly, I think buying it honestly could be nice to save the trip at Caprico, not have to like, go out the way during the finale to get it, and rather just be able to focus on making your money, of course, like you usually do on these finales.
Every shotgun I got comes guaranteed. Not literally.
So it is nice to be able to have the option to buy it, definitely, and I kind of actually would recommend it over the Asset Lab buying it, of course, because that's not as problematic, I would say. Yes. It's the latest shotgun edition in the game, being called Combat Shotgun. I assume it's a more powerful shotgun.
Range, huh?
Like shots outs could be more powerful than the assault SMG. Really though. not that crazy. It really is not that crazy. You know, it's like a powerful shotgun. It's like limited
Planning on a
the
little
compound,
short
and you
distance
don't
work.
got the way to get it. Like it's awesome. Something or whatever. I'm all over the place. So, but it's really just to have a like collector's shotgun in your weapon wield. Yeah,
Every shotgun
most
I
people
got
probably
comes
do not use
guaranteed.
over the assault shotgun. It's just superior in every way, basically. It's basically in almost every way it is about. So it's really just one for the collection. Really, mostly just one for the collection, rather than actual combat. I would say.
Thinking
I
close
would
range,
definitely say. And then for throwables, you have stick bomb. Yeah, if you have stick bomb, which you can throw anywhere, basically. Yeah, you can throw it anywhere, then you can blow it up as well whenever, like wherever you want, basically, which is very cool, very cool.
Goes off guaranteed.
And then for utility use, it
time.
can also be put on the back of like on the truck, and then you have to deliver the goods. Actually. So yeah, blowing up what you can blow it up whenever you want, which is of course huge and very useful. But also, it is utility weapons that you can use on the back of the armored trucks. Of course. And then Molotov cocktail is gun ban exclusive, kind of viable, throwable, which you can't really do much elsewhere, of course. Pretty sure. Yes. Being gun ban exclusive or being actually straight up buy the Molotovs is pretty nice. Albeit, in this update, I know there is like a place where you can collect the Molotov cocktails. You can obviously collect those in like one of the like weed missions, I think, though, for the soak in the water or whatever.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
Yeah. So it's pretty exclusive to buy now. Yeah, it's pretty exclusive to buy it. Not like certain like places in the game or something. It does make it more unique, obviously, having the ability to buy the only at the gun store, like the gun van, of course, whatever. Yeah, sorry about not being off the greatest at the time.
Primers included.
Whatever. Tear gas apparently is the last one, which is obviously good for room clearing, like per usual. Like I said, of course. Yeah, they're all day one throwables this time, apparently. We had tear gas again. Tear gas is very much good for room clearing, so of course.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
And then yes. Yeah, body armor, like per usual, of course, for the extra, the light tad of protection, I guess. But honestly, I'm kind of tired right now, so I'm gonna maybe take a break, by the way, so sorry. I'm not gonna pause the stream with the PS5 pause stream feature, but then just be aware I'm not gonna be doing much on my controller or something. Also my phone's like got like 40% anyway, so I probably should kind of take a break for a bit or something, just in case. So it might be some time, just to let people know. Alright, alright. Sorry about that shit, I'm so tired, man. Damn it. I'm still at 3% apparently, so I'm still charged it all either. It's kind of on my bed for now. I'm gonna need to pick it up soon now. Yes, yes. Yes, indeed. So over here, oh, it's carbon now. Apparently, there's the hijack Rustin. Already carbon's there, and the ENS Diamond. Yeah, the hijack Rustin was like early 2000, like 17, or like, I was gonna say maybe like late 2016 or something, but yeah, no, I think it's stuck in early 2017. If not, then early 2018. But yeah, early 2017 Constant Special Vehicle Circuit. I think that one was. Yeah, it's gotta be that one. Definitely that update. That's a sports car. That's the one that's online exclusive of this free vehicles. Otherwise, the Scotty Carbon is there. Day one sports car. Which ironically has an interesting gimmick too. With the AI, for some reason, they tend to shoot like lower when you're in the vehicle compared to other vehicles. For some reason, it's kind of like a cheaper armored crewman a way, but obviously without like cosmetic-y armor and no protection from bullets. But armored crewman, I was gonna say it's not actually armored, but yeah, armored crewman doesn't actually have explosive resistance though. So yeah, it's just And then the NS Super Diamond's a CO vehicle, so yeah, NS Super Diamond's definitely a pretty interesting one, and that's a CO vehicle you can actually use for sure. So interesting lineup there. The hijack Rust, I'm pretty sure is pretty mid for like sports cars. It's not going to probably be all that revolutionary or anything with performance. Same with Carbon Zero, that's a day one sports car. Yeah, first a Dan, the Super Diamond. Actually, might be kind of good for top speed if I'm remembering right. Could be wrong, but either way, it's a CO vehicle alone, so it's good. Right there, of course. I have to get my phone here. Tired and stuff, of course. No, it's over there earlier. Sorry about that shit. Was waiting for my phone to get 1% shit. So I'd finally have to like not rest it up or something. Not be able to have an excuse to do that anymore or something. I'll have to go back to my invite only, I guess. I guess. Not going public lobby for this. Not at all. Not at all. Size for the game forcing me to, of course. Of course. Okay, what is taking? Okay, yeah, it's taking a while. This game forcing me to be in the public, of course. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Everything all right?
Oh, it's a back invite only lobby now. It's good. Good. I guess I'll get my Woodlander back here. Here.
You owe me $20.
Yeah, again, apologies for inconvenience and shit. I've just been so tired and shit. It is an export. It is an export vehicle. Okay. You know what? I was going to wait to do that, but might be better, of course, since I didn't want to get kicked for being idle or something, and I shouldn't be having this vehicle for that reason. To go to DH7 Iron Mule and airlift it over there, basically. And again, the only reason I'm really using it Iron Mule, of course, because I'm going to the list in Seaspur. I'm pretty sure I used, of course, in the last stream. So obviously, naturally, I've been using this, of course. I think at the end there's like that one overhead thing above it or whatever, so I'll have to manage to get it in for sure. Is he classic or what? Oh, come on, you almost had it. Careful. Bro, wow. Kidding me? You're kidding me right now, bro. Bro, come on. What the hell? Come on. Pick this up properly now, come on. I shouldn't have to use a camera for this, come on. Dude. This just that one time I almost had it so far, and like nothing seems to really like, come on. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Surprisingly. I think that's an easy classic. Sure. If not, then some other kind of compact for sure. But couldn't be the regular is even if it's a classic. For some reason. It's more of the easy, so for the compact ones. In the open here, of course. Alright, yep. Is a classic. Yeah, Izzy Classic's a pretty interesting vehicle though, yeah, because it has the Izzy Classic races Rockstar made for Rockstar Izzy Classic races. Actually, I don't know if they added Izzy Classic races particularly for creators, since it's more of their own kind of creative thing and stuff. It's their own like special creative thing or something. Yeah, it does have its own race set and stuff, and it has the arena variant. It's a very interesting vehicle, definitely. Shouldn't have had this, of course, if I weren't falling asleep and stuff. Yeah. Whatever. Yes, hope it's for real now. Get back over here. Not good. Use chocolate and stuff. I don't know what. Like rubble or whatever. It's not looking like they're going to be on discount here. Okay. Oh yeah, 2 sports cars here are not apparently. And yeah, it's a different sedan on discount, so it's not the sedan. The discounts, yeah, they're not on discount. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all these are vaulted. Still, I'm pretty sure in the game, so therefore there's not gonna have a lock on chambers or any of that really. For any of that craziness, what the closest craziness, of course, being a diamond being a CO vehicle, like I mentioned earlier, of course. I finally have to click that micro button. Cool. That I kind of mentioned earlier, of course, put on the vehicle states section of the spreadsheet. Let's see. But yes. The hijack Rustin, though, apparently, as of this event here, it's appeared on the dealership 9 times, apparently. Or not. Yeah, no, I think I meant 8 times, not 9 times, yeah. Ever since Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, which is the DLC that vaulted, like, around a couple hundred vehicles, basically, initially, but, like, now it's around, like, 80-ish or something like that, if I remember right. Or about 200 vehicles at least, or something. Yes. Yeah, apparently Hijack Rustin has the last like 2+ years. It's only been available like 8 times. Apparently, as of the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC where it got vaulted, and then the other 2 were 7 times apparently. So these 2 appeared for the 7th time, apparently on different dealerships since being vaulted from the vehicle website. So yeah, because they're still vaulted, they do not have access to the lock-on chamber, of course, as well, because those are reserved ones that got brought back to the vehicle website or were already on the website, and like Rockstar chose to give those ones like lock-on chamber or whatever. But yes. So technically now onto the prize ride for the week. It looks to be the Vapid Evolution, which is actually an Amani Tech vehicle. Prize ride challenge for it apparently just placed top 2 for 3 days in a row. Alright, so that's a half, like 50% chance of like doing it through pursuit races each of those times, and then street races are literally 2 players. It's basically a guaranteed entry there if you're doing a bare minimum 2-player like street races, but for the 3 days in a row. So it is Tuesday as of when I'm recording this, so technically today I would say is the last day for sure that you could do this. Probably should have even been doing it like no later than like Monday, realistically speaking. Depending on your time zone at least. So for me, for example, I have Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I can only do it for like the first couple hours, I believe, of Thursday myself. I'm in Pacific Standard Time. The only time zone I think behind my time zone is like Hawaii. So that would only be like 1 or 2 hours there, probably. As far as I understand, and any other time zone I think would be like after. So if you're in another time zone, you're even better off than I am. I think Hawaii or Pacific Standard Time. I believe so. We believe so. If you remember, like some time zones that are like the furthest back or something, if I recall. Or if I recall. Or if I'm truly understanding like how it works at all. Yeah, I think there's 20 and yes, I think there's 24 time zones altogether from what I understand as well. So it all depends on like where you live there and stuff. All. I want to say. Could even get an extra day out of it, depending on where you live, for all I know. For all I know. But yes, going to job list, of course. Races. The ones I know for sure count, again, are pursuit races, street races. As I was basically kind of already saying. The pursuit races are 4 players minimum. Again, top 2, and that's half chance basically. Only have like that 50% chance of even getting it each time. If you're playing with the minimum players, it's not really too ideal. But at least it's not 25% chance of or the top 1, obviously. So it's at least not that bad. At least surely they've done that, of course, before, where it would be the case. Then. Street race is 2 players, basically. Basically. But yeah, like I was saying, of course, it's a guaranteed entry. It is a guaranteed entry as long as you have the bare minimum 2 players, because that's how it works. If you're within like the exact number, it is indeed a guaranteed entry, from what I remember. And for something as good as the Illusion, since it is a money tech, that is actually pretty valuable that you can get guaranteed entry if you're just playing bare minimum. Street races, of course. Kind of actually a little surprised it's not a top 1, given it's in a money tech vehicle, for sure. But yeah. And then one side for sure don't think count. At least solo they don't. I'm for sure probably will not count group players either, I'm guessing. Drag races, you can do them solo, so for that reason I don't think it counts. For sure solo. And in terms of group play, drag and drift races came out like 2 years later, so I assume they didn't like make them consistent with the older ones for the All Carmine Series races. Where those will count, obviously, because they initially released with the initial release of the prize right feature. These 2, of course, not for these race types, and were a couple years later, so naturally they probably didn't really care to code it a certain way or whatever, I'm guessing. So yeah, I'm pretty sure these will not count, unfortunately, regardless. Should just be aware of that, of course. And that would be Leisure Motorsport, I'm pretty sure. Chop Shop it. Might have been, if I'm remembering right. Of course. Four door. Yeah, Chop Shop, okay. $1,835,000 on the vehicle, apparently. So the Vapid Evolution apparently has armor plating, steel lines, remote control unit, and still lockdown jammers, so I don't know if they actually usually put the fluorescent glass on this description, so it could possibly have that, it might not. I'm trying to remember. It might have it. I actually pretty much forget, to be honest, if it does have the fluorescent glass. The armor plating apparently does have. It's not electric though, so it's not the best money tech vehicle for armor plating. Because if it is an electric money tech, the thing is it will actually take an equal amount for both the RPG and the homing launcher, which is not the case for non-electric. If it's non-electric, I'm pretty sure the regular RPG actually does more damage in the homing launcher instead of being the same damage for both RPG and homing launcher. Because of something with like a patrol tank mechanic with the electric ones, that's why those are even a bit more tanky. But still, it is tanky enough, and especially being SUV, I think you should go to Missile Lock-on Jammer for sure. And it's also not electric either, I'm pretty sure, so... Yeah, combining it with Missile Lock-on Jammer does definitely give some nice explosive resistance regardless when it comes to homing launcher and all that, at least. But again, with actual like RPG or whatever, it will do more damage. It's not electric, a Monitech in this case. But yeah, if it does have bullets and glass, it will take like 16 pistol rounds, 16 assault rifle rounds, etc. It's not always 16. I think it's depending on what type of like bullet and like weapon and stuff. But yeah. Either way, you get the Stillages with the bullet protection if it does in fact have the bullets and glass, which is definitely nice if it does have it. It does not have the front mounted machine guns 100% since that was only on the initial contract DLC batch. That even had that feature. Because that was the old way back then for like what they would like for making remote control unit actually useful most likely. And then of course when they start update after like Colonel Enterprise or whatever, they started like, doing the electric ones. That was pretty much the new like reason to have the remote control unit most likely, and gives them a lot to stop doing that or something. And then yes, slick mines, it does have the slick mine features. That's cool, I guess. Slick mines are just alright. Like I said earlier when talking about the Acid Lab, the Monitech vehicles are usually locked to just slick mines, unfortunately, which is one of the lesser mine types. Not as good as it's not as good as kinetic or EMP, I would say. But yeah, slick, kind of one of the lower, like, worst of the mines. So, I mean, spike mine, if a vehicle had burst. If a vehicle had bulletproof tires, I mean, body, yes. Vehicles with bulletproof tires, of course, won't get popped. Like, tires popped by spike mines, so it's not necessarily as bad as that in some cases, at least. So it's, it spins vehicles out or whatever when they run over those slip lines, so it's something at least, but yeah, not that crazy, no doubt about that, I would say. And then yeah, it does have the choice of that Missile Lock-on Jammer remote control unit, of course. Like I said, pretty sure it's not electric, obviously. Yeah, I think only the I-Wagon for SUV is even electric in the first place. That's not even a Monitech vehicle, and that was in the update I even introduced the Monitech. But yeah, Missile Lock-on Jammer is definitely the way to go. I would say on this one easily. Alright, I got the micro button on the first try, apparently on the spreadsheet. Cool. So I can go over lap time, top speeds, and race tiers for this vehicle, whatever. But yes. According to the spreadsheet, apparently for the Evolution, it looks like it is in the E tier, apparently. Which might only have 3 SUVs, actually, so... Yes, it is in the middle of the E tier, apparently, since there's only 3 of them. For E tier... That gives it a 24th place for lap time. as well as 15th place apparently for top speed. And there is apparently a total of 52 SUVs in the game. Apparently. So yeah, 24th and 15th. And of course that's with HSW, since I'm talking about my engine performance there. Is above average for both metrics. And there's like, yeah, 4 HSW ones, which gives it at best like 11th place if you're excluding HSW for any reason at all. Basically. Yeah. Yes. It looks like at best to be in like 20th and like 11th at best for both metrics. Which 11th is just one placement on top 10 for the top speed, so it's actually not too terrible at all there. Especially on the top speed. This can be actually kind of alright, perhaps. I don't know, kind of be like past decent alright, or just be maybe okay there at least. For the top speed anyways. It's definitely more so for the money tech or customization, personal preference reasons on this one. I would definitely would say. Which is a good reason enough to own it, definitely. I do think the money tech makes the vehicle very much worth owning. And then it is apparently the Grotti Brutes are it is apparently yes, which is that's right, come on. Yes, it is the Grotti Brutes RA for your premium test ride, whatever, if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC, and again, like I kind of said earlier when going over HSW Tundra, it is the only compact vehicle in the game that has a HSW upgrade currently in the game, so it's very useful to have for that. That gives it a very good niche to have. I mean, the only like super speedy one for like top speed, for example, especially for the complex class. And then for HSW, to note those are on the website, you can always just go for here. The only mistake I believe on this list, or like the only huge mistake at least, there might be websites that are like flat out wrong for certain vehicles, but not necessarily the biggest deal. But yeah, the big mistake is that the Sterling GT is labeled as not being available. This doesn't list a website for it, basically. Which was true for a time. It wasn't available between Colonel Enterprise DLC. Or no. That was when it got HSW upgrade, my bad. Again, as I mentioned before, Sandra's Mercenaries DLC defaulted to hundreds of vehicles, or whatever. Like almost 200 vehicles, whatever. Yeah, Sterling GT was vaulted between Sandra's Mercenaries and Agent Sabotage, where it finally got brought back last update. So it is actually available again, contrary to what it says. But yeah, aside for that, for the most part, this list is correct. There might be websites that are wrong as well. Yeah, that is in fact uncertain for that one though. So that one's definitely a mistake, pretty sure. Yeah, Beer's RA is a pretty nice one, definitely. No, over to the luxury autos. Yes. don't know, I think it calls over to hinder like, when you're doing whatever. So it's just no raids. I don't think there's any raids for the hinder protocol. So I don't think he has any phone calls over that unless you're actually doing hinder content. So it should have been something for him. Sure. I need a clock already, jeez. Oh jeez, oh, okay. Yeah, rotor's pretty big on this thing, unfortunately. Or main rotor. Stuff. Yes. Apparently the vehicles here this time around for the luxury autos, apparently, is the Dinka LSCM Just RR, as well as the Vapid Uranus Low Speed. Two vehicles released with the last of the Agent Sabotage DLC. The Dinka LSCM Just RR, I believe, is actually the best lap time for the tuner subclass. I believe ever since it got introduced the last update. Which, yeah, but at that time, it was actually just RR and like the LCM for like top speed and lap time respectively, which is pretty funny. Until this update, I think, where the Hardy took over for the regular just RR for top speed. I like the best for the tuner subclass for a certain metric. So it is the best option if you're doing like a street race, I'm pretty sure, or like pursuit race, especially if you're like those kinds of tuners contents, especially the older ones where you're pretty much lock the tuners for street pursuit races. Apparently you can't exactly use the newer ones for robbery contracts. Apparently you're not actually allowed to use newer ones for robbery contracts from what I hear though, so it might not be the best option sadly for robbery contracts. It might just not be usable there for whatever reason. Because Cockstar. And then Uranus Low Speed, Low Speed is actually very good for the Sports Classics class. It's one of the best couple options, if not like even the best non-HSW option in the game basically now ever since it released Agent Sabotage DLC. I forget if it went underneath the the LSCM Cheetah Classic, the Gorati LSCM Cheetah Classic, whatever. Yeah, I think it's definitely a proper name for sure. I can see the name of the other one, like where it's squares. Yes. Might be under that, but still, it's like first or second best non-HSW option now for a lap time, which is insane. Yes, this one is mostly for this one is mostly for tuner subclass. I'm pretty sure it's not good at all for the sports class itself, though. Especially with it being the most bloated class in the game, after all, of course. So this one's pretty much for street pursuit races, for tuner content, and then this one's pretty good for sports classics, so that's pretty much the purpose for both of these, really. Really, I would say that's the purpose for both of these particular ones. And yeah, they're probably not on discount, so whatever. I'll check though, and then use wire just to be sure. Alright, yeah, looks like newer film are on discount, and there's like two sport cars on discount that aren't that, and then there's like one sports class that's on discount that is not the
Hello? Hey,
one that's in the
what's
luxury
shaking?
autos, of course, with the you're in a slow speed, on a speed, on
I'm
speed.
just chilling, you know. Thinking
So
of
it's on to Simeons, which I apparently it looks like all of those might be on discount actually. So I have a lot to say about them this time for the usual. Well, lots of times the dealership vehicles are actually not on discount anymore, but lots of times this time apparently all the ones in Simeons are apparently. Oh yeah, I should not have done that move. Some helicopter. Getting all caught in that, I'm not gonna be able to escape it really. Really though. Well, if I do need to fly for long, it might not be. If I do need to fly like at all, it probably won't be for long. This point. Yes. It looks like the Vapid F and J, Federal Coquit Blackfin, whatever. Thought of earlier, or fought in TXF, and then also not least just looking at Seminole Frontier. Okay. And yeah, if I didn't mention, both are on non-exclusives, obviously for the luxury autos. F&J is a non-exclusive. How quick I quit Blackfin, you can actually get into single player. Or it's a non-exclusive. And TXF you can also get in single player, so it's these two that you can get in single player test out beforehand for online. And this Sentinel Frontier is 2020, I'm pretty sure, so yeah, that's a non-exclusive as well. It's the 2016 vehicles here. Whatever. So anything 2016 or later is pretty much all non-exclusive. 2015, most of it's online. Oh, yeah, no, 2015, most of it, or at least some of it, is also in single player. 2014 and 13 is where everything is single player as well, for those 2 years, basically. Oh, and yeah, by the way, everything that's not business discount is 40% off for vehicles, just to be clear right now. So anything aside for what's already on the main menu for those free discounts are 40% off if it comes to like a vehicle, basically. Of course, not counting acid labs, since that's more of a business thing. So that was recovered for 30% off, and the sludge is still least. Oh, and if I didn't mention the discounts, by the way, on the gun van, the stun gun's 30% off in general. I don't think I did, but yeah, the stun gun is 30% off in general, and hence why I went over that one more later. I was just tired, so I think I forgot. And the combat shotgun was 40% off, but you have to be a plus member for that one. Otherwise, just basic price for combat shotgun, but again, it's one you have to find in the chiropractic compound, so there's value to get that one instead of like finding it in the compound, definitely. If you don't want to be bothered with doing that, basically. It's FMJ first, right? Looked like it, yes, indeed, for the supercar class. Alright, right. Maybe I'll go over to performance information first, and then I'll go over to vaulting, like how long they've been vaulted or anything, because I assume all these are vaulted vehicles, of course, since that's what is usually the case for Simeon's, of course. Yes, FMJ apparently for the supercar class, FMJ is apparently in the F tier, and I guess at 41st place for lap time, as well as 27th place for top speed apparently. And every single HSW vehicle looks to be above it, so that means at best it's like 37th and 23rd apparently. So it very much is above average for just top speed, not lap time though. Yeah, 37th, there's like 64 supercars or something in the game right now, and it's really not going to be good for a lap time. It's just average really for top speed. It's really more for customization, personal preference. It's not going to really be too ideal for performance. Which, yeah, if all these are vaulted, not really going to be surprised if like all of them are going to be the case like that or something. And then you have the Invetero Coquet, Blackfin, whatever. Which is a muscle car. Should again be on discount. Yes, indeed. Yes. So the Coquet, Blackfin, whatever. Apparently for the muscle car class, apparently in the D tier, which gives it 30th place apparently for a lap time, as well as 35th place apparently for top speed. Apparently, okay. Which, yeah, apparently, I believe there's 5 for like HSWs for lap time and top speed. So like that would give it obviously like 25th and like 30th, I think, instead if you're on like legacy platforms or for whatever reason HSW's excluded on like a race in this version or something. For muscle cars, there's 88 of those in total, apparently. This doesn't look too shabby on the Coquet Blackfin. It's another Coquet, so obviously the Coquet. Yeah, that's a very iconic vehicle for like a sports car in the GTA series. So another version of a Coquet obviously is pretty good for that. And then also, not to mention, it's like the precursor of the. Not to mention, it's also kind of the precursor of the Coquit D1 or whatever they released during the $1 bounties update. That looks very similar, I believe. Believe that's basically a successor. That is, yes, basically a successor. Yeah, albeit they look very similar. One's in muscle car, one's in sports classics, ironically. With this one obviously being the muscle car one, and the older one. Whatever. Yeah, it's kind of a 2.0, 2.0 version of it with $1 bounties. They released like a couple updates ago. That's actually pretty good performance for sports classics, and it's actually better performance, of course, therefore, than this one would be. Of course. And then without earlier for the sports class, apparently. Yes, also on discount. And yeah, sorry if I'm taking long, by the way. I have to reach across my bed when it comes to the spreadsheet right now. So I'm charging my phone, of course, like I said earlier, basically. But apparently very looks to be in the middle of the G tier for the sports class. And there's like, what, 119 sports cars at this point? Absolutely mad insane. That's apparently 67th place for lap time. Which is no matter what below average for the class, which is kind of insane. Also looks to be 40th place though for top speed, which would be at best like 34th. Apparently. So, yeah, not really for lap time, the more important metric, sadly. It's more for top speed, where it is apparently above average for the class. Even in it's at best in the 30s, so like, you obviously have better options to choose from. It's more for customization, personal preference kind of reasons then. And then again for the very rare, of course. And then for supercar, you have the Overfly and TXF. 1 and 2 supercars on discount, of course, on Simeon's Pre-Indux Motorsport, whatever. Day 1 supercar in this case, it could be worse than even FMJ for all I know. For all I know. Ironically, it's actually the best one, I believe, for like every single entity in the game, I believe, for a lap time. It's actually the best one for a lap time, if I'm remembering right. But regardless, I'll go over performance, of course. Oh yeah, actually it's apparently 117 apparently for the sports class. But still either way, it's below average for lap time from earlier, of course. But yes, for NTXF though, no. The NTXF apparently, according to the spreadsheet, is at the bottom of the F tier for the supercar class. Which does, yes, give it a 43rd place apparently for lap time. It's actually 2 placements below the FMJ apparently for a lap time apparently. It also gets 45th place apparently on top speed apparently. So it looks like no matter what, it's below average for both metrics on the NTXF. So NTXF even more so is customization, personal preference reasons to get it, I would say even more so than the FMJ even. And then last but not least, for the kind of seminal frontier, apparently. This one, I believe, is off-road, if not an SUV. It's actually probably SUV over off-road, my bad. Pretty sure if I remember right. Might look like it's an off-roady SUV, but yeah, I think it's more leaning towards SUV than off-road on this one. This one. Yes, according to the spreadsheet, looks like it is, in fact, for the Seminole Frontier. In the SUV class, where it's apparently at the top of the I tier, which apparently gives it a 38th place for lap time, and 41st place for top speed. Okay. Again, there was like 52 apparently. Yes, 52 SUVs. So you have 38th and 41st. Like at best, you're taking away like 4, which means 34th and like 38th, or like 37, I think actually. Yes. Yeah, no matter what, it looks to be below average for both metrics on this Seminole Frontier, apparently for the SUV class. If you want an SUV, then just go for the prize ride. Quite frankly, that will be a much better option for the prize ride, since not only is it Monty-Tech, also it's much better performance than the kind of Seminole Frontier for a particular SUV for the event. Let's see if I can get the micro button clicked. First try is I can go for the move vehicles dates again. Again, it's a guarantee all 5 of those are on the vault list. Alright, yes, they are all indeed there. Apparently. Alright, so the FMJ apparently is just like the Rustin, where it appears 8 times now, apparently, as of this particular event. Apparently, so. Yeah, this one appears for the 8th time now on a different dealership since being involved like 2+ years ago. Los Angeles Mercenaries DLC. Coquette Blackfin apparently has the most appearances of any vehicle during a particular event, appearing 9 times apparently since being vaulted 2+ years ago. Los Angeles Mercenaries. Fairly looks to be just like the Rustin and the FMJ, where it appears 8 times on the dealerships now, since being vaulted 2+ years ago. So there's Mercenaries. Yeah, joins the Rustin of the Carmi and then the FMJ here, of course, as well. And everything else apparently appears 7 times, being the NTXF and the Sentinel Frontier alongside the previous Carbonizer and the Super Diamond over at the Ellis Carbonate, of course. So, for this event, the ones that appear 7 times have the least appearances of any in the particular event. For the overflight on TXF and then yeah, the Kinesis tier. Yes, indeed. Yeah, really performance-wise, I think the best one had to be the Coquet Blackfin. That definitely seems to be the best one performance-wise. Being actually above average for both metrics, where every other one was at least below average for one metric. F&J wasn't, like, above average for lap time. Earlier also was not for lap time at least. This one was not for both, and then this as well, possibly the barrier. So easily to Coquet Blackfin is the best performance of the 5 here on this count, definitely. Even then, it's only like 20s at best, so yeah, none of them are not great here, I would say. I would say. In terms of a performance standpoint, of course. Okay, so to go over money opportunities and stuff, like whatever I feel I need to go over now. I'm done with the dealerships, of course. Sorry, it took almost 4 hours, but I was sleepy and stuff in my earning. Really being a bitch, of course.
Hey, Mom. Mom, this country is just giving away its money to other countries. You gotta start buying American. Fucking shit. Well, no, I mean, not your cell phone, obviously.
I think I already spoke about all the odd jobs pretty good, obviously. It's obviously done. But again, it was taxi work. Though I think for the whole list of vehicles you can actually use, I didn't necessarily go over that. You have the traditional taxi, of course, that's unmodified, the one that you can buy on horse stock, the stock one that cannot be upgraded. Of course, you have the arena one, like that red taxi, rank 50, that I already mentioned earlier. That's one of your best couple options to use.
Hello, Mrs. Carlson?
I think the Drug Wars DLC let you use the Willard Eudora and the Classic Broadway. Those two you can use for like the Drug Wars DLC. I'm pretty sure it's taxis, but I think they're slower than even a regular taxi. I guess I'm looking my way down. And then I don't think any new ones got added for taxi work to this update from when we first after Drug Wars that actually introduced taxi work in the first place. I believe so. Yeah, this one added the drift cipher, like a drift taxi, which is obviously not going to be that ideal to use. Because you need the drift variant of the cipher to even have that. So only a drift one has a taxi livery. Yeah, I think what's an older vehicle, but I think they only just enabled it this update for taxi work. So yeah, Drift Cipher came out quite some time ago, I think. And then this update, of course, brought the Hardy, which is usable for taxi work, like I kind of mentioned, which I think is basically the new best option this update. So those are all the vehicles you can use for that, I believe so. Anyways, I don't think I missed a single one. Do not think I missed a single one for sure. Yeah, Pizza this again has free locations, but you can only use the one vehicle. But yeah, but if you have the one vehicle customized, you can actually use your custom version, which is cool. And yeah, I think from there it's just the ones
Hey,
from
Mom.
the latest update. Which again, I think Quick Farm, yeah. You can only use Sentinel GTS, but it's not able to be your custom one if you have to use just stock one provided by the Quick Farm in the first place. So actually that might make it the worst one of them to do since you don't have engine upgrades then. Kind of, I guess. To be fair, you actually cannot use engine upgrades for the safeguard deliveries, but those can like modify with engine upgrades, so that's at least fair compared to Quick Farm where you actually can modify this GTS, you just can't use your custom one. Just cannot use your custom ones at least. So, again, I think as a reminder, those are all the odd job money opportunities, basically. But yeah, as a reminder for what I went over in the main menu, of course.
Hello? I had a great time the other night. Bet you did too. That's right, I'm confident. You would be too if you trained the likes of me
No. You already mentioned the safe income for the hands-on car wash. Damn, you could get like 30k like at minimum, so it's like 60k on double at least.
what's up?
Possibly anywhere from like 70, 80k at most. I'm thinking of certain increases that you might go to unlock as well. I think. I don't think it goes up 90k. I could be wrong though. And I think it's per 48 minutes, like other safes, like the agency safe and I think the nightclub safes also operating off of 48 minutes, particularly for those, to add a little something more. But again, with the heat thing, if you need to lose heat quick, just do the smoke on the water, just do one delivery and then just blow a fan. That's the quick and easy way to get rid of the heat. Apparently, at least on the smoke on the water, the partial completion does count for the like heat being removed. Apparently. And again, I don't think they fixed it, so I think it's still like that at least, which is good. Of course. And then, yes. Again, as a reminder, Waterworks, Calperico more so, I guess, 2 times. Money RP, somewhere in the menu, I guess I can go over the other ones. Collection time, limit 2. Quota, free 4. Or no, free 5, excuse me. Land grab 4 and 5. And trapdoor 1 and 2 to be it, basically. Those are all your 2 times when they're P officer modes. Everything besides for, of course, your permanent like Sumo Remix. The most permanent one nowadays is in the game, essentially.
What's up, big dog? You know me, making that money.
Yes, collection time. 2 to 16 players, player count's pretty good on that one at least. Hold all the points for 30 seconds to win or have the highest points total at the end of the round. The 30-second thing could make the mode go pretty quick, so honestly I'm not necessarily expecting this one to pay all that good consistently or anything for that reason. Don't know if I'd recommend that one all that much. Yeah, Cold Cold is like the gun game, I believe, from like Call of Duty, but for GTA Online, of course. So it's like Call of Duty's gun game, but for GTA Online, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Leveling up for like weapons or something, so you get kills of it and stuff as a team, basically. Very fun mode, definitely. And depending on like how players like, go for the weapons, it could be quicker than usual, could not be. Definitely lasts longer than collection time, I would say, so probably better put that one than the other one. 2 to 16 players as well. Land grab for 5. Or 2 16 player. Yeah, for a featured series, it might have to be like similar player counts as well, so not surprising to see them all be like 16. Player counts are pretty good on these, at least for maximum, so good. The land grab, have to kind of claim like a bunch of land or something. Yeah, it's kind of like a territory, like turf war kind of thing, like San
Well, you better do something. We might lose our client and we can go to jail. This conversation never.
It's kind of yes, like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, of course, where you have like the turf war, like gang territory. It's kind of something like that. Kind of something like that. Sounds fun. Every minute counts. Definitely seems longer in collection time at least. Could in a way even be longer than Kill Quota could maybe see as well. Since there seems to be no gimmick for having all of it at like one time per se, to end the match quicker. It might be, but it doesn't really necessarily suggest on the description though, I think. Where like Kill Quota, you could like one team could breeze through the weapons and easily win there. And cheese it, probably. Again, that might be the case on this mode for all I know. If like all of it's clean, and it might be at like match 1 already or something. Yeah, this one might be the longest to last, you know, the 3 of those so far, according to score. Motor Wars Cup pretty good again. Easily gonna be your best option with that 28 player count. I think player counts pay up to like 16 players until it stops like adding more amount. And then every other player past 16 is like just ensuring you get like the max payout. So if you want to consistently make sure you get the max payout for something, if like one person were to leave or something, then Cowbreaker Motor Wars Cowbreaker, excuse me, is still your option really. And then Trapdoor 1 and 2 apparently. We get another 2 16 players, soon you have to kind of do that if they're going to feature series, is they all need to be identical to player counts and stuff. Yes.
You're telling me Jack Howitzer couldn't use me.
But it seems like a shrinking like, play area. And yeah, that seems just there's trapdoors, of course, which kind of shrink it to even more stuff. You have to like navigate around the map or something. For like stunt track or something. So, yeah. I feel this one didn't last as long as the land grab. It might be one of the longer lasting ones, depending on how careful people are. So if you're not playing the Motor Wars Cup Breaker, probably land grab and like trapdoors are the better options to play, I guess. But yes. But these pay out based on like amount of time, like how the game plays out determines like amount of time, basically. And yeah, nano players just nano players basically nano players. Determines the payout as well. They've pretty much been saying. However, that part only really matters, especially with somebody else. Or whatever. That part doesn't matter. Let's put it with someone else or something. Let's see, whatever then. So you have a whole page of 16 modes, essentially kind of all. The collection time 1 apparently grants more desert, collection time 2 turn 1, Cocoa free, grants more desert, Cocoa 5, Ulta, Niagara 4, Buda Bay, Niagara 5, Palmer Taylor, Howard Station, whatever. And then
Hello, Mrs. Carlson?
Trapdoor 1 is Sandy Shores, and then Trapdoor 2 is Bluffs. Okay. Yeah, that's all the game and stuff or whatever for Avatar mode apparently. Dr. Trade, Dr. Treetard, Dr. Treetard, see. And yeah, no, I don't hate Dr. Treetard. I just meme his ass, by the way. Coordinates.
Hey, Dad. Yeah, Dad. I wanted to talk to you about that email you sent me. I just can't believe you guys are gonna start having an open marriage. Dad, I'm glad you guys are both promised me protection. Okay, so there's actually not too much more to go over in a way left at this point, besides for vehicle discounts and stuff, I guess, we had a wicked challenge, I don't think that's what showed up yet in the main menu or anything, I could be wrong. I think it was mostly because it was talking about the odd jobs as a whole, rather than just the Colgate Farm for the most part. See, I don't think it did happen here. Yes. So, wicked challenge is apparently make all deliveries for Quickie Farm 5 times, apparently. It's okay. Yeah, Quickie Farm, like, make all deliveries. That might be kind of a little bit of a challenging thing, so doing it 5 times might be some effort, surprisingly, believe it or not, for the other wicked challenges. But that's kind of interesting, at least. And yeah, this just gets you your usual 100k. And yes, that just gets you the usual 100k. Right. What's going on? So it's getting confused. Go to rewards. Maps. Again, for awards apparently. All deliveries for Quick Farm 5 times. Okay, that's an award right there, actually. For bronze to silver, apparently. But yeah, it's under 10 minutes, apparently. It's like the challenging part. Okay. My bad. My bad. If I killed Lane, so moving on, basically. And again, I don't think those two count when it comes to the money fronts. But yeah, when it comes to money fronts, it doesn't count for actual business being for like tier 4, of course, for the career progression doesn't actually count towards that apparently for that particular thing. Let's just be aware of that, of course. Yes, indeed. No clothing items, just 100k for the wiki challenge, indeed. Yes, there's vehicle discounts left, and that's kind of it, aside for kind of usual stuff like FIP priority file and a salvage yard, as well as the stash hours, or just every time file, whatever. Looks like a total of 8 vehicle discounts still apparently to cover. Apparently. Yes. So apparently for the last money opportunity, I believe here, FIB priority file for the week, here's the fine art file. Again, like I was saying, you only get to do it one time earlier. For which one's priority file for your extra money. Thankfully, fine art's actually one of the better 2 to grind, so it's a very good one. That was selected for it this time, basically. This time. So it's on to the salvage yard robbery for the event, basically.
Hi. Later.
That the employee, not even. Yeah, he wears green. I'm pretty sure he must be in the office. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Lazy. Or something. But yeah, I always find it ironic that this came out after Singer's Mercenaries, which been introduced to register as a boss feature.
Hey.
Having the option for CEO and MC in the same menu, and kind of likewise on like laptops and stuff, like computers and all that. But it doesn't work out like, but it doesn't work like that on this one. Whatever. The irony, though. Irony, though. But yes. So, Dennis Euros, apparently. Yeah. Training vehicle kind of all until the Euros X42 from Grand Theft Auto. Like, that has the look of the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Euros. Yeah, before that, for the Euros X42, it actually has the look of the San Andreas Euros. This is basically the closest to the 3D Universe Euros, which is pretty cool, of course. Yeah, it was released in Los Santos Tuners DLC. Ironically, I think it was one of a couple tuners that wasn't actually tied to a trade price for Carmi reputation, and it was instead, I think, tied to just getting the Carmi membership, interestingly. Yeah, it's kind of a cool retro nostalgic vehicle in a sense, of course. Namesakes wise, it's the same naming as the one of San Andreas for the name, anyways. Yeah, Tino's Okan's vehicle from Los Santos Tuners DLC, basically. On GTA Series videos community posts, I guess I'll go over the robberies, of course. Like more particular ones, whatever. Yeah, for the low-end vehicle here, of course, it's, yeah, the Euros again. This one's apparently part of the podium robbery, according to the GT Series videos community post. Don't know what the vanity plate is, but doesn't really matter too much. It's not claimable. Has a max sell value of 335,000. Salvage value is 268,000 exactly, apparently. Cool. Then it's on to the federal. Quite Blackfin. I pretty much already spoke all about this vehicle earlier, being that Simeon's pretty deluxe motorsport. So, moving on already for a lot of the crazy details on the vehicle. This one is the mid-range vehicle or whatever. It'll be a standard range and then mid-range. I meant to say standard. I meant to say standard on the other one, but yes. This one's mid-range, basically. And this one looks to be in the McTony robbery, the submarine one, of course, all the way in like Pluto. That one, apparently. Oh, wait, what? This one has less value, apparently, than Euros. What? Usually goes left to right, I think. Usually actually goes left to right, I found, though, when it comes to, like, value, though. It's weird. Weird. Okay, so apparently the Euros is the mid-range, and then this one's the low range. Like, but yeah, no. Mid-range for the Euros, and standard range for the quick Blackfin, apparently. It has max sell value for 2,000 and salvage value of $265,600. It looks like. And then, last but not least, kind of a top range vehicle, whatever, for the event. Looks speed to obey Omnis. Yeah, it's a free sports car you can basically get for free if you have to, like, Colonel Enterprise starter pack, whatever. Otherwise, it was released during the Cunning Stunts DLC. DLC that had like a lot of vehicles that had like 2 liveries that you could buy them with. Or of course you could change it in like a mod shop and do a Apollo livery or something. So kind of cool, of course. What was I even saying earlier? God damn it. Whatever. Let's see. Whatever. Oh yeah, my last said it was in Constant DLC or something, right? Yes, it has a max sell value for 8,000. And then salvage value is $270,400 apparently. So cool. Oh no, I didn't mention yet, I think on the Omnis, but yeah, it's meant to. It's apparently part of the Duggan robbery, which is the arena robbery, basically. Alright, but yeah, after that, just to reiterate again, has a max sell value for 8,000. And salvage value is $270,400 to see. So cool. Okay, probably on to the last 8 vehicle discounts. So then I can get to the stash house. Okay, why did I get spawned outside? What was it? The helicopter smell? Like, it was positioned in such a way it's flying outside. I'm so confused. Reason why I got put there, whatever. But yes. Pretty sure. Yeah, I want to go over to 8 vehicle discounts and the stash house. It's just a time shop in there. Even. I might reiterate some of the main menu stuff, but I think I have more details or whatever. Still. Whatever though. Again, as a reminder, property stuff was the garment factory. Which I can't show the price anymore, but yeah, it's kind of a lowish price, like 1-2 million if I remember right. It's not that expensive. And again, having that like always available like money opportunity, and that's like a game mechanic for the FIB party file was kind of nice. Always having like one of them, you can always do like one time each, or the double payout, don't care to touch it more than like one time for like priority foul. Kind of gives like another thing to do during the event if you like to be a completionist for the event in a sense for like each particular event week or something. And then yeah, special vehicle warehouses. Again, you can have like 5 of these for 111 each, like large ones to 555, which is absolutely insane. If you prepare them before money opportunity, then that's very insane. If you prepare all of them 111 crates each before money opportunity, that's something very insane now. Albeit, I think there is actually a glitch I kind of forgot to mention where like if you do over like 78 crates or something, I think there's like ghost raids that can happen. Something that's kind of happened ever since Corona Prices DLC reworked something I believe of the business or whatever. The obviously stuff ain't very good since you can only so many of them and like the money I can get through them all if you prepare it right is absolutely insane. It's insane. No. What's it called? I think it was just an acid lab, right? I think so. So that's for vehicles and stuff to go over, of course. Yes, I'll check on the vehicle website, like hold list here, see if any look to be on Arena or Benny's, which most likely would not be the case, but still just in case. I don't believe any are on Arena or Benny's this time. Hopefully this event would be the first to have anything. I think it does have at least something on there if I remember right. Yes, just one discount apparently this time for the latest website, latest travel website, yes indeed. So yeah, I'm trying to remember if it's even really at a trade price to it. I don't really think it does, I believe. I don't think there was like a mission involved in it all that heavily in that update. So like, yeah, I don't think it has a trade price to it. So I think everybody has the same price here for $2,295,000 to $1,307,000. 900K. I think it's $918,000 off, it looks like, on this vehicle. Okay. Yeah, this vehicle, it is actually a CO vehicle, just like the Super Diamond, apparently, which actually that reminds me, I didn't actually show the Super Diamonds on the CO list, but it is. Yeah, I think I know there's some day one vehicles that are on the list that you already get for free, like the Washington without having to buy it or something. I could be wrong though, but still. If I remember right, the Super Diamond does cost you money until you buy a Super Diamond, so yeah, I would recommend buying a Super Diamond if you have any interest in all the CO vehicles for free without needing Plus. Yes, you can actually get the CO vehicles for free without needing Plus for all 20. You just have to actually buy the vehicles or something for the ones that you do need to buy and aren't already provided for free, basically. Yes, yes. Not only that, but the bullet is also available on the CO vehicle list. And fun fact, actually, the bullet is actually the best top speed option for a helicopter available for you on this list as well, actually, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's better top speed than the Super Boludo, I'm pretty sure. And the Buzzard as well as even Havoc. Of course, of course. But Volitus is absolutely worth having on the CO vehicle list if you want to go absolutely quick throughout the map. I guess absolute best top speed available to you on the CO vehicle list. I'm pretty sure any whole game for that list of 20 vehicles. Of course, the crowd would just use the Sparrow nowadays and just have better top speed in general, though. But if you really just need to be in that first section of the menu, which again, you would have to go a couple more spots down for the Sparrow, if you just absolutely get something as quick as possible, the Bulletus might actually be pretty worth it for having a very damn good top speed option available to you in the CO list. List. And then, yeah, this vehicle has like drinks in the back or something, which is why the pass mode is disabled, which yeah, is why pass mode is disabled apparently, it's because of the drinks or something in the back, whatever. But it's definitely an interesting vehicle for sure, definitely. And it was also 2016, which was before the hangar, by the way, so yeah, doesn't have any unique modifications. It's really just respraying it for sure. See, the best use you will definitely get out of the vehicle definitely shall be the best use you get out of the vehicle is using this like CO vehicle stuff. Was that what I was saying, or was it going to say something else? Kind of good. Whatever. But it's definitely a pretty nice discount. Yeah, anything before Smuggler's Run, yeah. Doesn't require a hangar, does a Pegasus aircraft allow Smuggler's Run like hangar aircraft. Which is cool, you can also spawn a Pegasus if you need more smuggling in some ways. Maybe that the CO one might not provide, which that will ever be the case. Options are options. Having as much options as possible is always good. How's it for legendary? Or no. How's it for elitist? Of course, so I'm tired and stuff. So probably something at least for legendary, of course. Starting through in this year, it was X32. Kind of mentioned it earlier. It is a HSW vehicle. I mean, I had tuner subclassmen like ideas, but no, it's not tuner subclass. It's actually a traditional like coupe or whatever. Yes, coupes of all things. Coupes of all things. It's just. Yeah, I don't believe that's the trade price. If it's for $1,499,000 to $899,400. $599,000, like $600 or something. I think it's almost 600K off. I think. It's almost $600,000 off. Just. Not quite, but like $400 basically. So yeah, $599, $600,000. Yeah, $599,600, whatever. Think of it. Yes, HSW vehicle, yeah. If you're on the PlayStation 5, it's about Series X/S, PC enhanced, as you can see on the description of the vehicle website itself, whatever. which pretty much makes it the best coupe in the whole game when it comes to like a lap time situation, at least I believe. But whatever. Whatever. See if I can get back on the proper part of the... Alright, yep. Got to press the micro button with my bat phone. Let's try again. Cool. Yes, pays. Yes. HSW version is at the top S tier with the first place on time. So second place top speed. Only being behind. Yeah, top speed's only behind us in all access. HSW of course being the number one top speed. Because yeah, of course HSW prioritizes in top speed and yeah, obviously another HSW options going to from if anything on average, of course. And then yeah, for the traditional years, X32, of course, for the Asian peasants, basically, because of course, PC Legacy. The regular traditional one is printed at the top C tier, instead of being at top at S tier, of course. Which is still good enough, apparently, which apparently is still good enough, yes, for 8th place on lap time. As well as 16th place top speed, apparently. So traditional one's much more of a lap time vehicle than a top speed vehicle. It's definitely not that good at all. It's like for top speed for the non-HSW at least. Or for non-HSW at least. Whatever. Yes. Even 16th, whatever. It's definitely at least above average for lap time. How many coupes is there even? There's not that many, but yeah, I still think it's below average for top speed, sadly. Okay, there's 21 apparently. Okay. So no matter what, it is below average for the top speed on the non-HSW, of course, for not all, whatever. Not all. Alright, so I think I went over everything on that one. Definitely. Very good vehicle regardless of platform, especially on the 9th generation platform, but the 6th generation was astonished as PC enhanced. Serviceable enough on the older platforms, though. Although. And then ironically, the regular Euros is also on a discount. Again, I believe this has a trade price. I think it's tied to gain the membership for the Outlaws Army. I think it's 1.2. That's not tied to like the reputation, basically. At least at the launch of the update, I mean, for two, I mean, at the top of the whatever I was saying earlier. Yes, yes, this vehicle apparently has a couple things to it though. It has drift tuning, Bell's car meet, Violent Club Garage apparently. So either the actual car meet or you can use the plus subscription property as well, which quite honestly, unless you're the biggest fan of drifting, just do not bother. Drifting, you get no performance benefit off it. Custom drift vehicles you apparently get literally no performance benefit off of like custom drift vehicles or whatever. They're really just for enjoying the drifting. And then apparently there's like exclusive deliveries for the drifting as well for the heroes apparently. Yeah, how much on discount is this though after I mentioned the chair price though? Yes, yes, not the chair price, not final the chair price, yes, yes. But yeah, 540,000 I think. Yeah, 540,000 off I think on the price apparently. 40% cool. Yes, yes. Again, has exclusive deliveries apparently. Trip team. Los Santos Customs apparently. And then yeah, it has some missile lock-on gem available, so it's not full on my technical, it's just still not here, by the way. As of one, the last couple updates, it seems. Yes, yes. Oh, type body. Yeah, missile lock on Germany. Yeah, not the quickest sports car, being a tuner subclass, which is more than for the tuner subclass for that reason. Yes, yes, missile lock on Germany definitely will help. No doubt. And yeah, this one's not gonna pay exactly everyone. It's in the sports class. Yes, yes. Apparently that vehicle looks to be oh goodness, crusty eyes or some tired eyes, bro. Yes, yes. The Euros apparently for the sports concepts being F tier apparently. And I can say 54th place apparently for lap time. As well as 6th place, well as yes, 76th place top speed is okay. Which yes. At best -6, I think up 4th is like 48th. And then yeah, top speed did not seem like it's really worth it at all in the Euros apparently.
Yeah, so I'll talk about the main sports classes in, but what about subclass and the tuner subclass? So, the Euro Saturday, I don't recall hearing it's like the greatest option for racing, like really even since the tuners that came out, it's actually the greatest like, thing or whatever. But yeah, when it first came out, Tuners Update wasn't exactly even the greatest even back then for Street Pursuit races. And whatever. I'm tired now. Yeah, Street Pursuit races, yes, not really good vehicle even from the start there, apparently from what I've heard, of course. But yeah, robbery contracts. Trying to remember if there's like a real something for the robbery contracts. I don't necessarily think so, and even then, there's better options with the like regular Chester RR. Again, not to be confused with the like other Chester RR. Yes. Yes, indeed. But even if it has rear louvers, you have the Chester RR, the regular Chester RR, of course, that has the rear louver, and it's the #1 top speed for back then, or whatever, of course, because sadly, apparently, you have to use newer, better options, apparently, on those, from what I hear, for the rapid contracts, for whatever reason, still, whatever. Yeah, but I'm mentioning everything for sure at this point. Started taking a while here, but I'm tired, so it's alright, and then it looks like it's on to the ocelots. $9,000 or $5,400. I don't think this one has a trade price for the last one, which is interesting. Body, you can kind of annoying ones, but wow. Well, 5 hours stream anyways, I guess might as well take a bit of a break here or something.
Okay, sorry about all that shit. I'm tired again. I'm tired about an hour straight. Or not straight, but like an hour, of course, altogether at least. At least, I'm thinking. Enough energy continues somehow to though. But yes. For sports classics though, there's the Ocelot Swinger promo for 40% off. One that recently got just a lock on Jammer, with a couple of updates as well, and therefore got brought back to the website. Assuming this one got removed and it wasn't just a vehicle and it was already on there, and I got like €120 was. I think this one was removed, if I remember. Sure. Yeah, $909,545,400. Yeah, let's see, 64,000. 300, 4,000, 363,600, I think. I want to say on the savings, yes. Yes. According to the spreadsheet, though, the Ocelot Swinger is apparently in the C tier for the Sports Classics class, which apparently is good enough for 13th place for lap time, as well as 21st place for top speed. Out of 50 Sports Classics in the game, apparently that's not all that bad. It's above average for both metrics, it looks like, so good. Yes, 13th and then 21st, which means 11th and 19th at best, I believe. So it is just one placement out for like top 10 at like best or something, unfortunately. So I would say it's just okay, maybe not even like alright to decent even. I think it would be like right under that point. It's not a bad vehicle, of course, but there's better options, of course. It's definitely pretty okay, alright vehicle, whatever. And see it 220,000, it's my entire body, of course, basically. And then, is that it? I wonder if it's website or maybe there's more that are in those sections, so I don't know. Alright, yeah, that actually was it. Also for this website, okay. Yeah, Warstock has a couple released, I think. Again, obviously there was Arcade 6x6 like was already put on the main menu, basically. But yeah, weaponized technically with the mine, basically. They consider that weaponized, I believe, since if you have the mine again on the two HSW vehicles of the Imani Tech and the HSW, then yeah, no, they only use like the Nevada Buffalo EBX or the Tally. Or no, the Nevada Buffalo EBX or the Stinger TT, as you now call it, actually has this update, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, those two you can't use like an HSW touch on, for example, with the mine type that they have, so like, I assume that's what it means with weaponized, but yeah. Sorry, it does come with the complimentary Manchester Scout C, kind of forgot to mention that, but yeah. Pretty good motorcycle, definitely, as well. It's not raceable though, so it doesn't really matter for racing, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pretty good. Definitely there. Everything else I mentioned about it earlier, yeah, very much good, obviously. Yeah. So yeah, for the $225,000 off, makes it more enticing to skip the missions, I guess, if you care to do that. But again, I do recommend doing those missions for sure. Might as well get it for free and then use some money towards like upgrades on it or something. Get more developed the file and use like what you already have before doing the missions. Basically. Yeah, it has a lot of stuff going on with it, so yeah, I'm probably not going to go over performance on that though. Better way. And then, apparently the barrage is on a discount for 40% off again, because all the vehicle discounts pretty much are 40% here. But yeah, on a trade price, it goes from 1,595,000 over to 957,000. Well, it's 638,000. I think it's like $638,000 savings or something on the trade price. Okay. And yeah, the way you get the trade price is it's tied to the Doomsday heist, so you have to get released in. I think it's in Act 3, if I remember right, for the barrage, where you have to like snipe with like explosive snipers or something, like a car bomb or something, and you like rescue the barrage, like, and you use the barrage against like enemies and stuff. I think it's that setup mission, whatever, for the Doomsday heist you have to do for that trade price. Pretty sure 100%, 1,000% on that. Yeah. You can modify it into MOC, Avenger, or the Arena Mechanic. They don't list the Arena Mechanic though, since they released it a year after the vehicle had been released, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, those are your free options to modify it, basically. You have like this machine gun, also probably have a minigun you can also replace it with in the front there, yes, and for that front gun. This one I think you have both those options. Back when I think you have both of those options, and you even have the option for grenade launcher, because well, you want to go that route, so that's cool. It's cool. And yeah, it's a pretty speedy off-road vehicle, or whatever it is, for sure. Might even have proximity mines you can use as well, like the traditional explosive vehicle proximity mines, or whatever. And also, I believe there's a Clifford upgrade you can do, I believe, with the barrage as well. But I think you need the Arena Mechanic to do that. Or there might even be tier 4, or yes, there might even be tier 4 for Doomsday Heist. I think that gives you like the Clifford one or whatever as well for the barrage. But if you don't do that, I think you can also, modify inside the like Arena with the weaponized mechanic, and not let you actually do the Clifford logo on it. Right. The heist, Doomsday Heist. Yes, indeed. So you can, in fact, get it for free, apparently. But you do need to do the entirety of the Doomsday Heist. Like, tier 4, basically. Which I forget if there's a criminal mastermind for it, but still. Operate acts using only pistols and vehicles. Jeez. complete challenges for all 3 acts. It might not be as bad as the like any sort of mastermind challenges at least, which might not be required for just like DOG heist. I'll use for that. But still. That is insane, dude. Yeah, those middle 2 especially, geez, are pretty crazy. Some effort if you want to get it for free, but it is possible to get it for free if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. But it's a weaponized vehicle. I think it very much is worth getting. Like, I think it is always kind of worth paying for a weaponized vehicle if you absolutely feel the need to, definitely. So I would highly suggest Barrage. It's not the most useful weaponized vehicle, but it's still cool to have around if you want to collect the weaponized vehicles itself. Definitely. Like, it does have some nice firepower with the grenade launcher you can have on the back. Definitely, like I said. I think it might be able to use passive mines. It does have explosive resistance, but I don't think it's as good as like the basic insurgent, or at least insurgent pickup and insurgent custom, especially. Definitely not going to be as good as that. Explosive resistance, definitely not. Yeah, it's already pretty crazy, so I'm not going to go with performance on this, but yeah, weapon is pretty good. For the off-road vehicle, whatever. Certain pickup I don't think is actually on discount, just to push up at the moment, basically. Same to Buzzard, probably. Most Buzzard's actually on discount, it somehow might be, not 100%. Alright, yeah, that was basically it, just a barrage, it looks like, besides for the acid lab, it looks like okay. Okay. Dock to use, I don't think there's a boat. Don't really think there's a boat on discount. And yeah, obviously cycles, they're already real cheap, so nothing there, definitely. So probably just starting at this point. Alright, yes, it looks for sure like it's just 77 Andreas at this point. Might be down to just free vehicles actually at this point for discounts, it looks like. But yes, starting off with the Vapid Ratel, apparently. I think just the last update also got a trade price, I believe tied to the Mackenzie Field Hangar, I believe, and like the arms trafficking. I think actually gave it a trade price, I believe, eventually. So it's not locked to a more expensive price anymore like it was with Sandra's Mercenaries until Agent Sabotage, like Mackenzie Hangar, Tripede. So you can even get a bit more cheaper lately. I forget what the actual like trade price is. I might have already got the trade prices since I bought the hangar, so I don't know if you get it since you buy the hangar or like, you have to do a little bit more after that. It might be tied to the arms trafficking or something somehow for a trade price. I don't really 100% know on that though. So yeah, 560, 2,000. 560, 1,000, like 900, I think is the savings on this, I believe. But yes. Ratel. Actually, pretty good off-road vehicle, I believe so. But off-road, it's an off-road class, so going over to performance on this one, definitely. Yeah, I think it's pretty good, actually. Okay, apparently it's in the C tier, apparently. It's actually in the middle of the C tier, because they only ask for vehicles, apparently, for the C tier. Cool, cool. Giving it 9th place, apparently, for lap time, as well as 8th place top speed, which would be 7th and 6th, basically, without HSW, which is pretty good, so... Yeah, regardless of platform, it's getting single digits both lap time top speed. It's definitely pretty damn good. I think it's definitely a pretty worthwhile pickup if you really want it, of course. Yeah, I recommend going for a trade price on it, definitely, if you want it, though, because, yeah, it's 1.4 normally. At least it's 6 digits on a trade price, at least, but without trade price, probably would be barely 7 digits. Something, for all I know, of course. Alright, then and any other. Yes. Then you have the Volcar Warner HKR, apparently, which is a tuner class vehicle. For the next discount, I think the penultimate discount, I think it's literally just one less discount. Yeah, on a trade price, it goes from $945,000 to $507,000. So I think it has the usual case of a trade price for a tuner vehicle, where it's tied to the tuner reputation. So it's tied anywhere from rank 5 to 75, like every 5 ranks. So either rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Like one of those, like 15 ranks or whatever for Carling Reputation will get you a trade price for full car Warner HKR, which yeah, it does get $945,000 to $567,000. 400, 18K maybe difference, or no, 22K. Or something. Yeah, 400 minus 20K or something. So what, like $378,000, I think, on the difference, I think. Yes, I do believe so. Yeah, the Warner HKR, going over the tuner subclass, I'll over this one first, about €2 or something. Yeah, tuner subclass is pretty disappointing for this vehicle, sadly. It's pretty much the worst performing vehicle of the tuner subclass, or at least it was before, like, the Colonel Enterprise DLC ones, which are garbage for those 2 coupes. But like the Kanjo SJ and the Post-Delude especially. I think the Post-Delude might even be worse than the Warner HKR, I could be wrong, but still. It's essentially one of the couple worst tuners of class vehicles in the game, so you don't want to use that at all for those street pursuit races. Definitely don't use it for that. The one usable section of the game for it would definitely be the robbery contracts. The robbery contracts, anything might be where you get any use out of it. But even then, you have a ton of better options for that, like the Chester RR, the regular Chester RR, the rear louvers on the back of it, for example. Not the one with like the very small customization, but the other ones on the back of. Now, how about the sedan class, like its main class, though? Well, especially with the Hardy coming out, it's not so good with the Hardy coming out now, and even in the same update to the Tailgater S, even in the same update, yes, the Tailgater S ended up coming out in that update. Tailgater S was like 4-seater, and it's much better performance, I believe, as well, so it's not going to bear off good there either, sadly. Now, sedan does not have HSW, so keep that in mind, so performance will be exactly the same for both lap-time top speed for all platforms. And apparently the Warner HKR it's apparently in the E tier, apparently. And that gives it 21st place lap time as well as 24th place top speed. And there is 41 sedans in the game, apparently. 39 if you're just counting raceable options even as well.
well. Yeah, 21st, 24th. There's 41. So it is technically, I think, below average for both lap time and top speed for that reason, given there's no HSW and the performances seem on all platforms for that reason. So it is just barely like below average even for lap time even. It's pretty garbage. It might have only happened this update as well, where it's below average for both metrics, given that there's the Hardy, of course, that's also newer tuners of class sedan, that's even better as well. So between the free now and the tuners of class sedans, between free tuners of class sedans in the game now, it is still the worst in the game, of course. Because of course the Hardy wanted to be better than it, of course. Alright, and I think that just leaves one last one, I believe. It looks like it's probably not going to be two-door, and it's still going to be like four-door then. Yes, it looks like it's the Surfer Custom, BF Surfer Custom, the Los Santos Traverse DLC. I think the Journey 2 has a trade price, if this one does have trade price, but still it's super cheap anyways. It's like not even 200k off on this vehicle, that's how cheap it is. I did follow them for 400 or 2,500. Again, I assume there's an trade price, so yeah, I think I did them all for 2,500. 170. Like 7? Yeah, 177,000 or something, I think, on the savings. I could be wrong, somewhere around there, though. I think not, though. No. $177,000 off of this van here, basically, it's in such a niche class, like, it is, yes, in such a niche class van, even, yeah, it's a very niche class of van, that's for sure. Yes, there was a new van that's something with this, like, with smoke on the water, basically. Yeah, it is a pretty niche class if you know about smoke on the water, like that one van lately. I would say. Like, yeah, there's 29 vehicles, but yeah, the vans doesn't necessarily get a lot of additions, I feel, regardless. Surfer Custom. Regular Surf, I think, is actually the, like, worst modifiable vehicle, so Surfer Custom would be that much better, for sure. Yeah. Yes. It is apparently at the top of the J tier. And that's at 21st place for lap time and 24th place time speed. No HSW vehicles for vehicles, of course, by the way, which is what's niche, I would say. I would say. Class. Again, top of J tier. Getting 21st place as well as 24th place out of like 29 vans in the game. That's just not good at all. It's quite a meme discount, not one for sure. Yeah, it looks like that was definitely it for sure. For sure, for sure. Alright, so over to Stash House, hopefully. Hopefully, where is it even? Over in the desert, apparently. Okay. This thing's still hella, like, damaged, right? So I'm not sure if it's gonna get much of there, but I'll try. I forget though, like, I'm in this same lobby for a while now. I thought I remember, would have been like around the car meet or something, like, so, like, I didn't fully fall asleep, but like, I was just so tired I couldn't get to it without being extremely idle. That was around there. Maybe it was recent. Wasn't the last time. I know that for sure. I was able to barely get back on before the auto time last time. That's for sure. There it is. So I guess swore apparently that's not the case. Yes. Stash house, of course. For some reason it's being on the stone hatchet there. It wouldn't work too great though with the stairs and stuff though. Surely though. But I'm a big fan of El Strickler, so that's why I'm keep on using that. Basically. By the way. Instead of like something better like the salt shotgun, like I used to use. This came out basically. That's alright. I got a good angle on him, bitch. That's alright. Gee. Kinda was being weird around this pole here, but whatever. I gotta find the sticky, it's over there. Okay. 28/11/97, it looks like. Okay. First number's kind of far, but the rest aren't that bad, I feel. Or a little far, not kind of far, not like 50 or something, but still. Alright, here it is. Cool. Try to land on all of them as well. Try to land on them all as well with the analog, whatnot. Yo, I got that. While talking to. Wow. Yo, I got that one too. What? Oh, I almost had them all, so I went like back and forth between two, but on the analog stick of all things, not even the D-pad, but interesting. I pretty much count that. I was like 99%. That was 99% successful at least. Surely. I don't know how it went back between the two. Kind of was just surprised probably there. Was all. Get in the helicopter. Why are we going the long way, bro? Don't know why we're going the long way, but whatever. Okay, cocaine apparently. Okay. One of the better record businesses, or at least it was before it went to like boost to like weed and counterfeit cash. Or if you want to go in order of the businesses where you have to buy them a certain way to counterfeit cash and weed or whatever. Whatever. So I don't know if cocaine would still be the best one, but like still. It was the best one, at least pretty much until recently. Anyways, I'm sure. Yes. East Farmwood. I already did the check earlier, obviously, to see if I was still going to Woodlander. Turned out I was actually doing the Tampa GT next event. Yeah, this one I'm still looking at Woodlander one more time since while it is week 177, it is Tuesday and it just turned into week 177 there, so it still counts towards. I still count it towards week 176 except for most of the event and it's being towards, of course. So one more time with the Woodlander then, and then I think it's only fair then, and then check again just in case, for sure, should check my stream first of all before we do that even. Alright, yes, stream's working fine, good. Not a single issue in this stream it seems, but compared to other streams, good. Yes. Yeah, as of August 5th, 177 weeks. So yeah, literally just yesterday it would have been within 176. Again, most of the event would have happened during that. And on my notepad as a reminder, I do have it labeled for up to 176 since it's consistent for 8 weeks ago to the other vehicles. So yeah, next time will be a Tampa GT. But yeah, this DLC was really lucky. I ended up going exactly the certain way where I would be going to Woodlander right when the DLC came out, which I don't think has happened before, where I was ready to go on a new vehicle right as the DLC came out. Obviously, aside from when like 9th Gen first came out, basically. That was pretty cool, of course. Alright, but yeah, part-time, 1 minute 28 seconds, apparently. Okay. It's easiest ones, I'm expecting to go fine. I would think, of course. Only one, but only one went fine, of course. Highway for top speeds, awesome. Second best SUV in the game, apparently for top speed. So she'll hopefully go pretty fine. I would think. Okay.
seems like things are going pretty fine. Even if I kind of slowed down by accident more than I expected at times. Most times, again, the first one is pretty fine. Oh, I almost crashed into that vehicle. I would say out outside. Might play overly safe, but it was pretty easy. Cool. Okay.
Hey, stud. How you doing, honey?
Yes. 251,000 more, 13,390,000, and then $350. Right. So cool. Check one more time on the stream, even though I did it super recently, so it should be good. But obviously, just in case, just in case. Doing a couple of refreshes here, basically. But yes, okay. That is pretty much truly finally it for this stream, though. Yeah, apparently I'll be having Reddit online to do for next one, so I'll have to do 2 streams for later in the week or something. So I don't know if I'll get to the next one as soon as like Friday, like Sunday at the earliest. Maybe I'll do that since like just 2 streams I gotta do, but I forget how I've handled it like other times lately. So who knows, really? Maybe I'll do Sunday and Tuesday or something, I don't know. That's probably what I've been doing lately. Sadly, it doesn't sound like the Volume 2 is coming out for the event though for Reddit. Seems like another generic Reddit event though. Like for event month. Not too surprising though, given like it's been dead as all, but like supposedly there is going to be like an action version game coming out soon for Red Dead Redemption 2. As far as I've heard, anyways. But yes.
Hey, young buck, you got some money?
Yeah, that's pretty much probably going to be it for stream though. The next stream is definitely going to be the Reddit online stream, of course. It's that kind of time again for the next month or whatever, since obviously it's early in August and stuff. Last one is for July. Yes, that will truly be it for the stream though, for sure. Hope you enjoyed.
Last night is a blur.